start? Yes. Yes. Okay. Broadcast started. 1. Broadcast 2. Started. Done. Denzel, welcome in. Let's make sure my phone picks those up. Chat. Connect to YouTube. Connected. 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 Hey, YouTube, welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. It's nice to have you. This is a live stream. We're cooking today. If you're watching not live, it'd be great if you would hit the subscribe and the like button. Those two things help the stream get to more people when it is live and helps people who don't watch it live to find it later, which is great. We like that. Discoverability, yay. Welcome in, though. What we're doing today is a bunch of disparate, different kitchen things. There's no sort of like big project today. Often I'm working on, a big recipe, or like I've got a clear vision and goal. Today we are just catching up on a couple kitchen things. I've been out of my house. I've been away for a few days. Today's sort of like, let's get reacquainted with the kitchen. Let's make a few things. Nothing big, nothing, nothing, no pressure. Today's a no pressure kitchen day. We're going to do soup and latkes for dinner. I don't know what kind of soup, because this is going to be sort of a kitchen sink soup, not actually made in the sink, because that would be gross, but throw everything in except the kitchen sink. I think that's where that reference comes from. Honestly, I don't really know. And before we get to that, we're going to make stock. I have a bunch of stuff that's in the freezer that is like ready to make stock from. So we're going to do that. We're also going to, make stock. Then we're going to make soup from that stock. We'll make latkes as well. We're also going to make banana whip today. Banana whip is sort of like, nice cream, I think I've heard some people call it. My version of banana whip is a stripped down. It's not ice cream. It's literally just like frozen bananas, a little bit of heavy cream, some vanilla extract, and that's it. You just kind of put it in a food processor. It doesn't really work in a blender. Food processor is the best place for it. Anyway, that's what we're doing today. We may also make croutons. We may not. I'm not sure. Ring, ring. Hello? Yes? They'd like you to like and subscribe. Please. We're going to get started today. So we're also live streaming on, we're on YouTube. We're doing a vertical stream. We're doing a horizontal stream. We're also on Twitch, same name everywhere. If you're watching on Twitch later this evening when we are wrapping up stream, we're going to be doing our cookie club drawing. I have all of our entries here ready to go. These are for the month of, what month was the last month? February. So we're going to be doing Cookie Club for February, and we'll be making and packaging those cookies on Thursday of this week. So that will be Thursday's stream. We do have a plan for Thursday. We're going to put the beaver in a bowl, and Beaver can watch over the Cookie Club entries here. Actually, we're going to put Beaver a little closer to the... Beaver is closer to the camera now, but Beaver is closer, farther from the edge of the counter, where if a cat jumps up, they're not going to knock that over and all the entries get pushed out. Anyway, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Again, if you are watching on YouTube, please like the stream, please subscribe. They're both free. And if you're watching on Twitch, follows. If you're watching anywhere, follows or subscriptions are silent. There's no alerts, sounds, chat messages. If you just follow or subscribe, I'm not going to say hi to you unless you chat first. So feel free to lurk. That's the stream today. So let's maybe let's get started. Carly, hello. Welcome in. First thing we're going to do today is I was told that if you put a banana in the oven, it will ripen. I don't know how, I guess heat, but like usually they need gas to ripen. We're gonna try it. We're gonna put this in the oven. The oven is at 350. I'm just gonna put it on a sheet pan. I'm just gonna put one in because I don't want to waste my bananas. I'm gonna put one in and see how that goes. If that sort of works out, we will do that with the other ones because they're not to the ripeness that I want them to be yet. But chat says that they will be eventually. Okay, so I'm gonna take like a reference photo of this banana here. They leak. Okay. Yeah, also parchment will make the photo better because it'll have a white background and it won't be my awful shitty sheet pan. There we go. Oh my god. Philly cheesesteak stock. No. But I was just thinking French onion soup was mentioned a little bit ago. I'm like, you know, Philly cheesesteak soup could work. All right, let's take this banana. Oven's at 350. I'm gonna just pop that in there, and we're gonna see what happens. I've never done this before, so this is we're experimenting today. Okay, let's set, I'm gonna start a count up timer, but then I'll also set a timer for counting down. So if it's not quite ready yet, then I'll know. But we're gonna bake that banana for 10 minutes and see what happens. DJ Harley, welcome in. Sofluff, welcome back. Okay, so we have our banana in the oven. There it is, ripening. If that doesn't, we'll see. Well, hopefully that works. DJ Harley, thank you for your tier 3 resub for 44 months. That's a long time. God damn. Thanks for coming back. And thank you for your support. I hope you like the cookies this month. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are yet. We're going to figure that out tonight. They're going to be from the 108 Asian Cookies cookbook. So cookies this month are going to be from this cookbook. The ones last month were from this cookbook. And the ones next month might also be from this cookbook. We don't know. But we're going to sit that over there along with the bananas. Okay. Sounds weird, but it works. I mean, I believe you. I'm trying this because I want them to ripen and I want this to work. This banana is not in the oven because I am skeptical. I only put one in there because I don't want to ruin all of them. So I'm being a little bit cautious, but I'm also deeply hopeful. Okay, let's get out my stock material. And there's 1, 2, 3 bags of stock. Material. Okay. Oh, I just cleared up a lot of room in here. Is that stock? What is this? What the fuck are these? Oh, those are cookies. Okay. Like, that's a bag of cookies. Got it. All right. What is the beaver? I got that for Calvin in Toronto. He did not have a beaver stuffed animal, so now he does. He, of the more than 50, less than 100 stuffed animals Calvin has, he did not have a beaver. And when in Canada, you get a beaver stuffed animal. Master Splits, it is Super Mario Day. I said earlier in stream that I was not aware of it until someone mentioned it, and then I was like, I felt bad about not doing something for Super Mario Day, but I also didn't realize it until stream started. So we're making soup and stock and latkes in honor of Super Mario. Believe it or not, it's Mario's 5th favorite food. The eyes are looking into my soul. I know, right? It has a very intense stare. Soflove, thank you for your resubscription. Thank you for being a 44-month subscriber. I appreciate you. That is a long time. That is a long time. That is I think that's as long as you could possibly be a subscriber to this channel. I'm pretty sure. Darlene on YouTube asked, did I get the ketchup shirt? You know, I did not get the ketchup shirt, but when I went back and like evaluated all the shirt options, I ended up getting Calvin basically just like a nondescript like hockey style jersey. It says Canada on it instead, because I was like, I think he'll like that more. He seemed to appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna do stock today. Do I want to use? Can I use this big pot? I feel like I need to. I feel like I need to get my larger stock pot. Okay. I'll be back momentarily because I know where it is. It's not, I didn't put it, it's not like, I just can't live in the kitchen. I don't have any, there's no space to put it in the kitchen. What are you two boys doing down here? You look so fucking suspicious right now. Bro, you look suspicious AF. What is going on down here? Okay. Be good. Okay. Liz, there's a banana in the oven. It's we were told that you could ripen a banana in the oven. So we are. And we'll see how it goes. Phoenix has enlightened us as to the potential for expedient banana ripening. Okay, here's what we are going to do first. So I'm going to make stock because I need to make the stock to make soup. To make the stock, I want to cook the bones, the chicken bones, for longer than the vegetables. I should have separated these out. Liz, yes. And Liz, that's where my head is at too. Is like, is it just baking it? Because when you ripen them, they need, as we learned when we went to the Philadelphia wholesale produce market, ripening the bananas is a gaseous gas process that requires, time. And so I'm sort of like, all right, but how is this, is it ripening? But I also, I understand that it's like, yeah, it's ethylene. Correct. It's like browning the sugar too, in some capacity, maybe, is sort of what I'm imagining might be happening. I don't really know. We're going to check it out. I set a timer for 10 minutes. I'm going to pull it out afterward and just see what happened. I got to tell you though, banana's looking brown. Got a minute and a half left on it. So what I'm doing with this is, I'm going to separate the chicken bones out. I really need to start putting the chicken bones in a different bag because I separate them out, but I always like end up separating them manually, and I could do that ahead of time. It's not exactly the same. Yeah, and I'm like, okay, here's what I will say. I have some bananas here that I am going to ripen the traditional way. I have so these are not the only bananas. I got more. We're doing a recipe. Like, this is for a recipe that I'm working on. I didn't want to say that I'm like doing recipe development today because it's not quite that. It's not quite that. It's like sort of that, but I don't think it's like, it's a little easier than that. The goal of this particular recipe is banana whip, which is like super easy, but I just need to quantify it. So I'm sort of, I'm indulging this little playful aside. But in all seriousness, I am going to just ripen those other bananas in a bag until they're ripe. Okay, timer just went off. That was 10 minutes. Let's pull the banana out of the oven and see what happens. Let's see what this looks like. All right. Okay. We got a brown old banana here. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is like soft. This is definitely softer than it was. And I kind of want to flip it and just put it back in for a few minutes and see what happens. Maybe we'll give it another 5 minutes. It's hot, but it's okay. It's hot. It was in the oven for 10 minutes. You'd be surprised to learn that it's hot. It's definitely softer. Like, it feels riper. If we're wrong, a banana explodes. I mean, hot banana, command hot banana. We don't want that. We already have command hot soup, and that was enough. That was enough. All right, I'm going to give that another 5 minutes in the oven or so. And just let that kind of go. I'm just curious. I'm very sort of like, what's going to happen? While I continue to separate my vegetables here. Vegetables and chicken pieces. Again, I really should have done this before I froze all this shit. This is annoying. I'm probably not going to take all of the vegetables out of here. Just like the ones I can sort of peel off. I'm also smart enough that I'm not going to try to cut this, because that would be bad. Do I have like a... You know what I will do with this, though? I will take sort of a wooden spoon and see if I can wedge some of these out. There we go. That'll work. Perfect. I could just let this sit on the counter. Liz, I hope you have a... I hope your Tuesday is coming along. Good luck with your endeavors, your work-related endeavors today. All right, that's good. So I got basically a bunch of like chicken carcasses in here, combined with a bunch of vegetables. Chicken carcasses, chicken bones, mostly carcasses. This is mostly from recipes that I've like roasted a whole chicken for and then pulled the chicken off and just tossed them in the bag. So they're not really, they're mostly frozen together. There's only like some vegetables stuck to them, onion skins, etc. But yeah, this is a much better stock pot to be using than the smaller one. This is large. So we're going to take our chicken out. We're going to cook that for a little while before adding the vegetables. That way the chicken kind of has enough time to really cook through before the vegetables get all mashed and sort of awful. You're making stock, so like you're straining all this stuff out anyway. But when the vegetables break down a bunch, they just leave more silt, for lack of a better term, in the thing. And it just makes it a little cloudier. All right, I got about 2 minutes left on that. Oh, I forgot I had all these mushrooms in here. This is going to be really good. Okay, great. So when I do add the vegetables in, I'm going to end up... when I add those in, I will at that point determine what I'm going to put in my soup based on what's in the refrigerator, and then I'm going to take basically the rest of the vegetables, herbs, etc. that I have in the refrigerator and put those into the stock. Because I'm in the mode of like I want to start fresh for my herbs and vegetables in the freezer now. So fluffy. Yeah. Whenever the mechanic's like, it's only going to be for a couple hours, it's like, I know you're lying. Like, I know you're lying. We have a stock ingredient. Here he goes. Oh, there's too much fur in this stock. We have a cat. We have a different cat today. We have a different cat than we did the last cat. Yeah, here he is. Hi, bud. This one missed me. He's been very nearby. He's been very nearby since I came back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a little gray boy. Mm-hmm. His nose is going because he smells stuff. You smell chicken? Yeah? Chicken in that pot. You're purring. Mm-hmm. You don't get to have any of that, though. I'm sorry. Yeah. Baby. Okay. Oh. Okay. He's got to get down. Timer is up. Let's get that banana out again. Not a euphemism. All right. This is a banana. It's been baked for 15 minutes in the oven. It is... Ash is like, he's up here on the counter. So this has been in the oven for 15 minutes. It's brown all over now. Oh, this is, okay, this is definitely soft. I think 15. This is Yeah, this is pretty soft. We're going to cut this open and just see what this is like on the inside. Well then, if I'd have known it was going to be that kind of party. Let's see. Here we go. Hold on. Zoom in a little more. Let's open up our banana here. Yeah, it started to separate from the inside. So we have a soft baked banana. It is definitely softer. Now, I think that from like a bake, yeah, interesting. Okay, so I just opened this up and like peeled it open rather, and it has that same sort of like stringy quality that a fully ripened banana does. So let's also just give this a taste. I mean, it's hot. No, my hands are sticky. It's hot. So it's hard to tell. But I feel like it's certainly softer. And it has the same sort of like sugary profile that a ripe banana does. So I would consider this worth doing. And I'm going to. Right now, I'm going to put the rest of these in. I'm going to leave this one out just like it is. Because what I'm going to do here, ultimately, yeah, I think this might be a little bit much. That was 15 minutes. So I'm going to do like 13 minutes for all of these. That's what we're doing. Marianne, you missed what we're doing with this. We are going to make banana ice cream. So not what I call banana whip. Phoenix, yeah, that's what I was saying. I think when the sugary thing, I got lost in the like that statement. But the other side of that is it doesn't have that the sourness that an unripened banana does. Like these have green on them and are not, they're firm. These are very firm. And this is like good. I think I don't want them to be that as ripe as that. So I'm going to put these in for 6 minutes. And then I'm going to flip them and then do 6 more minutes. So that's sort of where my head is at. But I would say this worked. What I'm interested in this process is basically I'd like to weigh. I'm gonna weigh everything. But I'm gonna put these in. Look at the little paws. Look at the paws. Do we see little paws coming up? He was like climbing on my leg. Ash is down here. Hi, bud. Ash, do you want to be nearby today? Do you want your chair? Okay. No, he's just interested in whatever's on the floor. I don't know. Fudge Darling, welcome. So what we're doing with the bananas specifically is I'm going to freeze them, and then from there I'm going to I'm going to cut them up. No, I'm gonna freeze them. I'm gonna cut them up into like rounds, and I'm gonna freeze them. And then later in the stream, we're going to throw them in the food processor and make what I call banana whip. So it's not exactly ice cream because we're not whipping cream or freezing clotted. We're not freezing cream. We are making frozen bananas into something smoother. That's the goal. Okay, I'm making stock right now. I'm getting my stock started. So once those come out of the oven, we'll cut them. We'll let them cool for a few moments. Then I'm just going to put them on some parchment paper on a sheet pan, and we're going to toss them in the freezer. I was thinking maybe I'll freeze them whole, because that's how I usually do it. But they're not going to freeze in that amount of time. So I need to get them to be a little less dense. So we're going to cut them first. So that's what's going to happen when they come out of the oven. Too small of a difference to tell in the final banana bread product. That's Phoenix, and I think, I left that one in, and as I'm sort of looking at it now, this is definitely, like, it's given up a lot of the liquid, and it has, like, shrunk for sure. So I think, this process certainly produced a banana produced chunks of banana that absolutely physically feel and taste ripe. We didn't use ethylene to do that. So I don't know if you could technically call these ripe, right? Like, I'm not sure if that would fly, but for my purpose, these are great. This is like exactly what I'm looking for. So I appreciate the suggestion. That was a good one. And now we're going to boil the banana skins and make simple syrup out of it. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that. Could you do that? Would that work? Probably not. You don't want to boil banana skin. Ash. This cat is licking my ankle. Bud. He's such a love. Oh my God. Oh my God. Little man. I don't think can I like move this camera while he's still right here and put him on camera? This is what's going on at my feet, by the way. He's not biting. He's hugging my leg. He's just down here on the floor. This is what he's been doing the whole stream. He's just down here, like, hugging my leg. What a baby. Ash, you're so baby. He really is just like chilling down here. Hold on. Ash, you can just stay on camera. How's that? We'll do this. We'll do this until you're gone. I don't want to keep picking him up because he is not asking to be picked up. This is just what he wants to do. Oh my God, Mike, that sounds great. Yeah, like that whole like extra liquid banana sounds so good. Whoop. Okay, time to flip those bananas in the oven. Speaking of bananas, hold on, we gotta move this camera real quick. Yeah, I don't want these to be as browned as the ones I just did, but almost there would be ideal. Okay, I'm gonna start my timer again. But yeah, there's Ash just hanging out. Velos, there's a way to do it, I bet. And there's someone out there who's like, oh, I know a guy. You need some banana, you need some banana hoppers? I got you. And I mean, like, not, that sounded weird and probably could have been taken like 4 different ways. Let's not. Okay. So we're starting our banana whip. Our stock is on the stove now. I have the chicken in here, and let me get my big stock spoon out. So once this like starts to simmer, we'll start a timer and we'll let this simmer for like maybe an hour or so. You could take anything the wrong way if you try hard. Yes, you can. The belief that they could contain psychoactive substances is an urban legend. An urban legend. That's unfortunate news. Truly. Bananas, stock, soup. Okay, when I'm finished with the bananas, when those bananas are done, we're gonna freeze them. I think I want to figure out what's going to be in the soup now. And put any vegetables and herbs that are going to go in there into this big bowl. That way I just have like a big bowl to dump into the stock. Then we are going to make croutons today. We are going to make croutons because I have the oven on, and I might as well do that. Also, I'm pretty sure that bread that I have in the fridge is not, I might not be able to make croutons because it might have gotten moldy already. So first thing first, though, let's figure out what is going to go into our soup. Or not first. First, the next thing that we're doing is figuring out what's going into the soup. Actually, let's just get this bread out and see what the deal is. How are we doing here, bread? Good? Yeah, that's fine. Croutons with an edge. Yeah, if you bake it long enough, it's fine. Just kidding. We shouldn't do that. All right, we have a bunch of parsley in here. What's in this bag? Ooh, mushrooms. Cool. Those can go in the stock. We have cabbage. I have half a cabbage. And I have other cabbage. That can go in the soup. I have these little carrots here. I'm gonna give these to Calvin after school today to snack on. So we're not gonna do that. This is an onion that can go in the stock. I've got some lemons in here. That's not for stock. neither is this pear or that pear, or that avocado. Okay, so we have some dill. That will go as well. Toss that in the stock. Actually, I'm going to save that dill and we'll put that on top of the, we'll put that like on top of the soup as a garnish. I have breadcrumbs in here. Good. Those we'll need for the latkes. Sour cream we'll also want for the latkes. Applesauce, apple butter. Hell yeah. I forgot I had apple butter in here. That is perfect. Anything else that can go in this soup? So cabbage. That's kind of not great, but that's fine. Pepperoni, no. Cheese, no. Oh, I have some of that red miso in here. We'll use some of that. I'll use that plus the rest of my roasted garlic in the soup. This is a kitchen sink style soup. So what I mean is, like, I'm not doing anything. There's no recipe. I'm just sort of pulling things out of the refrigerator and freezer. All right, Ash has left his spot, so we'll switch our camera up here. So all of this stuff is going to get just tossed in something today. I'm not sure what, whether it's the soup or the stock. All right, bananas are looking good still. I'm going to give those another 2 minutes. Oh, damn, bud. Bud, you were by my feet, and now you're not. As I said, we have an Ash here, and he really wants to be nearby today. He wants to just be, hanging out and chilling. This is his goal today. Ash, you're looking more adult. You're coming into your, like, adult face. Ash, we're both camouflaged in different ways today. Yeah. Ash and Elsie and Obi are all going to be a year old next month. 1 year old. Y'all have been here for a year. Baby. It does. It really, time flies. It really does. I said I was going to leave those for 2 minutes, and then I proceeded to not set a timer. So it wasn't 2 minutes, but I'm going to flip them again, and then they'll be ready to go. So flip, 2 more minutes, and then done. Okay. So what's going in the soup? We're gonna save. Let's save some of this parsley. I'm gonna save like the good green bits of this parsley for a garnish, and the rest of it is looking not so great. So we're gonna put that in this. It's all going in the soup. It's just what part of the soup is it going into? Is it going into the stock? Or is it going to be like visible in the soup itself? Actually, I'm going to blend this soup. We're just going to make like a thick sort of bisque style soup. So it's not going to be visible, but like the rest of this parsley is kind of not looking so great. So we'll take that and put it in my stock pot. Yeah, there we go. So that's just going to go in there. So we're cleaning out the fridge. That's definitely the goal, Slumbering Giant. Hello, 1. And 2, that is cleaning out the fridge is definitely the goal. This is going to go in the soup. This is cabbage. I don't want this to be in the stock because when you boil cabbage for a long time, it doesn't turn out quite so good. It's one of those cruciferous vegetables that's not great to add. Now this cabbage has a little too much brown on it for me to be interested in using it, so we're gonna go ahead and charge that one to the game. Meaning I'm gonna put it in the compost bin. This dill, some of this dill looks good, so we're gonna keep that. 2 minutes is up. Let's get those bananas out, and then I'm gonna leave the oven on, but I'm gonna turn it up so I can get croutons going. I'm gonna leave these. Here's our baked banana, oven ripened bananas. I'm just gonna leave those over there for a moment and let them cool off while I finish the ingredient evaluation. The chicken is in here. It still hasn't quite thawed yet. Like you are, almost to 3 years. Almost exactly 3 years. Very close. Very close to 3 years. That's pretty wild. We got, all right, I'll take that dill. That's good. Our herbs are good. This garlic, not garlic, this isn't garlic. This is an onion. This onion is just going to go into the stock. Yeah, this is going to go into the stock. I was going to cut it, but like, I'm just going to like kind of rip it apart by hand. So this, everything that's in this bowl has been in my freezer since the last time I made stock. And today's just sort of a vegetable reset day. Any day that I'm making a big pot of stock like I'm doing today, I basically clear out the rest of the fridge. I'm like, all right, whatever else is in there is going. Same thing with the onions. We're going to look through the cabinet in just a moment and get whatever else is in there and put that in the stock as well. We're just doing a big, like a full reset of everything. Everything that is part of, everything that I could put into stock, we're going to do that today. This cat is right here on the counter. He's literally, he has been in eyesight of me since he left. He's laying on the counter right here. Hold on. Let me show you what this cat is doing currently. Here's what Ash is doing in this moment. He's just sitting. So he's right here. And he just look at that happy face. He just wants to be nearby. He wants to be nearby so bad. The camera quality is so bad. When it's zoomed, the camera is zoomed in 400% and it's not great quality to begin with. The camera itself is actually not great quality. I've downgraded it. I've downgraded the camera from what it was. So soup is going to be roasted. I'm going to take these mushrooms here. Donna on YouTube, he is supervising. He is very much supervising. We're going to take these mushrooms I'm going to clean these off, and then we'll use these and the cabbage and the garlic, this all this roasted garlic I'd made a while ago for the soup. And I do think I'm going to blend it up, but I'm just thinking flavor-wise, that's sort of where, you know, this will be, I want to call this like the last winter soup this year. I think that's sort of the energy. Okay, so we have, this is on the stove. I'm still just kind of waiting for this chicken to simmer. Once that starts simmering, we'll start the timer and get that like an hour of simmer with just the chicken bones. And then after that, we'll put the vegetables in and do like another half an hour, and then that stock will be done. I often cook the stock for a lot longer because you can, but you don't really need to. All right, so these are going to be for the croutons. Croutons, I want to roast those mushrooms, so let's put those into a little container and we'll roast those now. So I want to roast them before I put them into the soup, because I am going to end up blending everything. I'm going to put this soup in a blender and we're just going to like make it into a bisque type thing. So I'm going to roast the mushrooms first. Before doing that, that way they'll be a little more flavorful. And hold on. The bowls are all in the wrong spot down here. I'm like trying to get the bowl. It's not working. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. Perfect. Fogger says, "Are captions not working for anyone else?" Let's see. I mean, they are working on my end. Let me see. Let's see. They're working. I see them being transmitted on my end. Going to turn it off. I turn the captions off, and then we're going to turn it back on again. So I literally just turned them off and back on again. File output, text filtering, cancel, show preview. Okay. Settings, save. Okay. Let me, if anyone else is like aware if the captions are working, let me know. And if not, I will turn on, the other stream closed captioning that I have. Let's see. Available and ready to turn on. Okay. Trindrell, you said they're on for you now? If they're on for you, that means that they're transmitting. Okay. Yeah, if you reload and they're not working, let me know and I will. The other closed captioner I don't like because it is a browser resource and it doesn't. It's not as good. Donna says they're on for you. Okay, still borked. Interesting. Donna, because you're watching on YouTube. The captions are basically YouTube does their own captioning. Thank you for letting me know. I can just turn on. I can turn on the other closed captioner. I have a backup. The Swedish chef. That's really funny. Yeah, if they don't come through, I'll just turn it on. It's not a problem to do that. I'm ready to turn it on. Just let me know. Just let me know. All right, we're gonna roast these. I'm gonna give these like 20 minutes in the oven or so. I'm gonna put a little bit of olive oil and salt and pepper on here. And we will pop these in the oven. So these are just cremini mushrooms. There's not all that many of them. I don't know what volume of soup I'm making today. Mostly it's going to taste like cabbage because I have half a head of cabbage that I'm going to roast. Ooh, should I roast the cabbage too? Is that a thing? You can roast cabbage, right? Of course you can roast cabbage. Why don't I go ahead and turn the other closed captioner on? Let's see if that works. Okay, click to start. Okay, I have started the other closed captioner. So let's see if that one works. Okay, cool. Well, if that one's working, we'll just leave that one on then. Yeah, I don't like that one. Runs through, like I said, the other closed caption I use runs through Chrome, so it's browser based. It means that it uses more of my computer resources in order to operate. The other one is through OBS, so it's like just using. It just runs. It's not an additional strain on the processor. All right, still waiting for that stock. Let's slice up these bananas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Phoenix, I know I've heard of roasting cabbage before, and I'm like, there's got to be a thing. Of course you can roast cabbage. Whether or not you should, I don't know. You can roast a lot of different like hardier greens, and they turn out just fine. So let's save that small sheet pan for a moment there, and I might just toss. Hold on, shit! I didn't toss that. I had a mushroom escape. We'll just pop that one in there. I do want to freeze these bananas because I need to have them frozen in order to use them for what I want to use them for today. So let me wash my hands. Wash hands, and then we'll move forward with banana work. Can definitely roast cabbage thousands of times. Good to know. I think I'm going to do that because that sounds lovely, honestly. And what I'm kind of looking for in this soup today, I don't want the liquid to do. I don't want to have to simmer the soup for a long time. So what I want is basically to have the ingredients for it already like kind of cooked. Roasted mushrooms, cabbage. We'll cook some onions in like a Dutch oven. We'll cook some onions, and then we'll use the rest of this roasted garlic. And then from that, we'll just kind of, I just kind of want to put everything in the pan, stir it together, like let it meld a little bit, like simmer it for a moment or like 20 minutes or so, and then blend it. Like enough time for all the flavors to kind of marry together, but not requiring that that the simmering aspect do the cooking. That's the goal. So these bananas are pretty good. They've had some time to cool down in the peel. They look ripe. So I'm going to go ahead and cut them. And then I'm putting them in, I'm going to put them all in the same sheet pan, but what I'm doing is separating them so that I know, because I'm going to do a little bit of weighing and sort of, fussiness today. We're going to separate these and just do a number. Basically, I want to know, not how many chunks I'm putting in there, but how many bananas and how many chunks. So we're gonna, basically the recipe for this is going to basically be 2 cups of frozen banana, which equates to, X number of bananas. So I am just taking my own bananas, but, if you have a bag of frozen bananas from the grocery, the goal is that you can use either of those. Just so I'm clear about what the sort of intentionality in separating them out is. Fox Mulder, welcome in. Can never get into roasted kale. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it was good. I said you could. I'm not a huge fan of roasted cruciferous types of veggies. I do like radicchio. That's pretty bitter. That one's pretty good. Again, not for everyone. The taste is not for everyone, I guess is what I mean to say. Okay. So this is an interesting process, the baking of the bananas, because I have definitely never done this before, and the texture of these is very, very, very much like a very ripe banana. And I literally bought these today. So I was skeptical, and I'm glad that this sort of worked out. Because this is also going to make, when you have very ripe bananas, it does make a better banana whip. What I usually do is when the bananas get awful and they're too brown to eat, I will put them in the freezer, and eventually I'll make banana whip out of them, which is basically like an ice cream. But it's not ice cream. That's the important thing. It is just banana. There's no cream involved. So it's less sugar. Or there's no sugar, and it takes a lot less time. You do have to have the bananas frozen already, though. That's kind of an important part of the fact, kind of an important part of the process. So if you have ripe bananas, you pop them in the freezer, and then you can make this dessert. I usually skin them, put them on a sheet pan, and freeze them whole. I'm cutting them into slices right now because I want them to freeze quicker. Stream is reminding you of all kinds of things. Awesome. Like stock. So this one is very soft. So we're going to put this one on here, and then I'm just going to cut this on the pan because it's letting me pick it up whole. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. There we go. That's good. All right, got all these banana parts. And in just a moment, we're going to pop this in the freezer, and hopefully later these will be frozen enough that they are ready to use. They should be, because this is they're in pretty small chunks. I cut these into relatively small chunks. Pulled pork and plantains, beautiful. That sounds lovely. Here's 5 bananas ready to freeze. And into the freezer they go. I love some fried plantains. Looks good. Okay. So the bananas are getting there. They're in process. Boris, the check-in thing was the, I had, so good note, and also yes, there were a bunch missing because when I used, when I did the IRL stream, the too long didn't read version, which I'll make long anyway, is that I use the bot that I use, you can kind of use from any computer. It's not cloud-based, so you have to like have the bot like on a USB or something. Anyway, I was using a different computer. I pulled one of my backup databases from my Google Drive where I back them up, but I pulled one that was old. So all the check-ins, the check-in numbers were off by like, 2 months basically during the IRL streams. That said, I am going to, when I go back and review those streams, I'm just going to take, if you checked in either once or twice, I'm going to add that number to the database on this computer. So whatever you see from your check-in today, if you know that you checked in twice while I was up there, at some point in the future, you will see that number go up. When you check in, you'll be like, oh, why did I just get 3 check-ins? And it'll be because of the one that you just did, plus the 1 or 2 from before. So I was just using an old database, and so the numbers were, it's as if I had rolled the bot back 3 months. So during the IRL stream, the database that the bot was like, how many check-ins does this person have, was information that was like several months old. That's why it worked, but it was the wrong number. So if you checked in twice, eventually those will come back to this account. And I also realized that StreamerBot, the bot that I use, has a cloud-based backup. When I went back and looked at it, I was like, oh, there's a cloud backup. I could have been using that. So, caretaker, yeah, exactly. Basically, there was some folks that were like, my check-in's completely reset. But what had happened was that they had not yet checked in to the stream ever, according to the age of the database that I was using. So folks that have, hundreds of check-ins probably didn't even notice, right? Like probably didn't even notice that there was a few missing. But for folks that had like, a number that was easily recognizable, like, oh, I thought I had 30 check-ins and then I only have 4. That's weird. Yeah, it turned around, I was like, I didn't even notice. 15 check-ins went missing. Right. And, some folks didn't notice. I didn't put a timer on those mushrooms in the oven. Addie on YouTube, welcome in. What are we doing? I don't know. I'm just kidding. I do know. But like, not really, but like, the plan today is slightly different. I should actually answer your question though, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. We're doing a variety of things. We're making stock. So I have chicken bones. I have like 3 chickens worth of bones in this pot. Once that simmers, we're going to let that simmer by itself for like an hour. When that hour is up, we're going to take these vegetables, this big old bowl of vegetables, and put these into that pot with an additional amount of water. And then we're going to put our timer on. We're going to let that cook for like 30 minutes. Then we're going to strain that, strain it, and then we're going to make soup out of it. The soup is going to have mushrooms, which are in, it's going to have that homemade stock, which is in progress here. The mushrooms are roasting in the oven. I'm going to take this head of cabbage and roast it, because that sounded good. Then we're going to make the soup out of the mushrooms, the cabbage, a little bit of onion, some garlic, and I'm going to blend all of that. So it's sort of like a puree, not sort of, so that it is a puree. So it's more like just like a thick consistency. And we're going to have that with some latkes. So I'm going to shred some potatoes and fry those on the stove quite a bit later. I have bananas that I roasted / ripened in the oven a little bit ago. In the freezer now, I sliced those up. We're going to make banana whip for at some point whenever the bananas are frozen. So that's what we're doing today on stream. Logan on YouTube, welcome in. So friends who are watching, we usually do a bunch of, this is a cooking stream. Oh, and croutons, Phoenix. Yes, we're going to make croutons as well. I have bread. So once basically like today is a reset day. I've been traveling and I'm sort of resetting the kitchen, cleaning out the fridge. Everything that can go in stock is going in the stock. So I have, I had some herbs that were in there that were like between 1 to 3 weeks old. We're going to dip into the cabinet, cabinet over to your right, my left, in a few minutes, and pull out the onions that are in there and any garlic that's in there that's feeling a little soft. That's all going to go in the stock as well. So we're basically like, I'm resetting the kitchen today, and sort of resettling and clearing out a bit of space in the freezer, a bit of space in the refrigerator, getting rid of old vegetables, old herbs, all of that stuff. So that's what we're doing today. Typically, I am cooking, as I mentioned, this is a cooking stream / cooking channel. Usually doing recipe development, often doing recipe development, sometimes baking, sometimes prepping for trips. So a lot of different like food and food adjacent things happen here. We also do IRL streams sometimes out in the world. We were just out in the world. The last 2 streams, we were up in Toronto looking around. I would say both of those streams were relatively food focused as well, though. Caretaker says, add some ranch dressing to the bowl. The bowl of stock ingredients, and you have the worst salad. You do have the worst salad. That would be a terrible salad. That would be awful. Like genuinely awful. Okay, we're gonna take a larger knife to cut this cabbage in half, because I don't know why I just pulled out a utility knife. I should be using a better knife suited to that purpose. My friend Drew asked me just recently if I could sharpen his knives again. It's been a bunch of months since, so we're going to do that soon, I think. He wants me to I almost knocked that whole bowl of vegetables off the counter. He wants me to reseason one of his cast iron pans too, which I've never done before. I haven't ever stripped down a pan completely, because it's like the seasoning's like a little messed up on it. So I'm interested to see. I'd like to try that, but I don't think I can do all of that on stream because it sort of needs. I think it's going to need like a couple days / like a week or two to soak in some vinegar. Okay, so I've got a pot here. It just started simmering, so we're going to set a timer for an hour, and I covered that, and we're going to let that simmer. We're going to let that simmer for about an hour or so. An hour or so. Fox Mulder, a lot of elbow grease. Yeah, for sure. My thought was basically soak it in some vinegar, like white vinegar, for a week or two, and then get it, and then take the, like some steel wool and scrub the hell out of it with like barkeeper's soap or something, like just to get it to that spot where like the vinegar has loosened up basically as much as possible. That's sort of my thought. I want to take the cabbage and roast it. I'm going to take a little look here at my vegetable butcher cookbook and see if they have any notes about roasting cabbage, because my oven's at 420 right now. That might be too, I think that's probably too hot. But I just want to see what it says. Broccoli, Brussels, cabbage, here we go. To clean, to slice. Butter braised cabbage, to saute. No, it doesn't have anything about roasting in here. I am going to salt, pepper, and olive oil this. I'm going to put it in the oven at 375, and we're going to check on it after like 40 minutes. I bet those mushrooms are finished now. I smell them. So we should probably take those out. If they're a little burnt, that's okay, because I'm going to put them in a soup and they're going to get pureed. Fire strip cast iron, Phoenix. Yeah, I've definitely done before. So what you're talking about is basically putting it in the fire and letting it get like as hot as possible, right? And you sort of you literally like upside down over the fire, let it sit for an hour, and it chars everything off of it. That's a good idea. I might actually do that, because I do have a camping trip coming up. That would be a great opportunity for that. I also have like 3 cast iron pans of my own that I'd like to reseason. So I might try both. Like, honestly, I might try to just do a little bit of sort of soak it in vinegar and see what happens, because I'm curious. I have a friend who's actually linked in the profile, or the Twitch profile below. There's a big section on the Twitch profile called Friends of Stream. I have a friend who runs a company called New England Cast Iron that will refinish pans for you. And he does his in basically the electric, I want to say electrolysis, but that's not the right term for it. He puts his pans in like an electrified tank of liquid for like a week, and they turn out really well. I've had him redo one of my pans before. I've also purchased a few pans from him before, like fresh pans, and they are beautiful. I'm actually going to see him in 2 weeks as well. But I don't have the capacity to do the electric because I don't, because it's not a thing that I've ever set up before. I have the mental capacity to figure it out, but I don't have like the equipment to do that. So yeah, Velos just says, I've done it. It works great. It definitely works great. I mean, I know that it works really well. I'm just curious if I could soak it in vinegar for like a week and I just want to try it and see what happens. Removes the rust. Yes. So Fluff, I'm glad you got your car back. That is nice. Hopefully that means you can return your loaner car. All right. Well, this cabbage is salted, peppered, and I just put a little olive oil on here. I'm just going to toss this in the oven and see what happens. I should probably set a timer for this. Oven at 375. Timer for my stock is at 54 minutes. Let's set a timer for 30 minutes. Again, I don't know if 30 minutes is the right amount or not, but we'll see. Let me check on this chicken back here. So this looks good. We are simmering. Oh God, that smells so fucking good the way it is. Great. I'm just going to let that kind of continue. I'm not, I don't have any seasoning in here yet. So all of the chicken that's in there, all of it was roasted. So it had some seasoning, and I want to let that sort of cook, and then I want to let the vegetables cook with it, and then I'm going to taste it and season it at that point, because none of the vegetables had seasonings on them, but the chicken did. So I'm going to let that go for a little bit, and we will kind of figure it out as we need to. So that's the next step for that. We're going to let that cook. It's simmering nicely, and I don't need to worry about it. I'm going to stir it again a time or two, but that's about it. So we're getting things ready for soup over here. I'm sort of staging my soup prep. I've got my herbs for topping, the mushrooms, this roasted garlic, and then the stock is in progress. The cabbage is in the oven. So, what we need to do is get the rest of, I need to open the cabinet over here to your right, my left, and pull out some onions and get all the vegetable, anything that's coming out of there, I need to get that out on the counter and then sort through it, whether it's going in the stock, and there's potatoes in there for the latkes. So we're gonna do that next. After that, after the cabbage is finished in the oven, then we'll put the bread in for the croutons. So that's sort of the lay of things. Yeah, Velas, it's like, yeah, doing cast iron stuff is exactly like skincare. It's just a bit more abrasive. I'm just like rubbing, like, remember when I was a teenager, what were those pads? The Stridex pads that just stripped everything off of your face, all the essential oils, everything. It just like, you had those pads and it was basically like taking acid to your face. You need those for like cast iron cleaning. Addie, on YouTube, thank you. I appreciate you watching. You can also strip rust off by soaking it in Coke. The thing is, they're not rusted, but their seasoning is imbalanced. So it's like really thick in some places, and then in other places it's like peeling and not seasoned. So what I'd like to do is just strip everything off of the pan so it's down to its clean iron, and then re-season the whole thing with like one layer of oil. That's the goal. Avo, a lye bath. Yes. Oh, super. 120-year-old cast iron pan? Oh my God. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's just like caked in gunk. Like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard because that thing, like, you don't want to ruin the inside of it. Like, the inside seasoning is nice, but if the outside is awful, it is not great. Yellow easy off oven cleaner. Okay. Interesting. Oxy pads. Right. So fluff. Yeah. I used those all the time when I was a kid. I was like, I had like a little bit of acne and I just stripped the hell out of my face with those things. They're awful. Yeah, the hyaluronic acid. I mean, I use a facial cleanser now that has that in it, but it's not like that. Those were basically like nail polish remover for your face. You love the soft cleanser? I don't think I've used the soft cleanser. I've used the stovetop cleanser. I've used the brass cleanser, and I've used like the regular powder cleanser. We deserve compensation, right? Yeah, I remember after you used them, your face felt dry and cold. It was like, oh, what happened here? Like, this feels, why does my face feel so bad? Like, it felt good, but then you're like, my face feels stretched afterward because it's just come so dry. All right, so these onions have sprouted. These are not good onions. We don't want those anymore. And my garlic is like I have like a head or two of garlic in here that I want to keep, but these little like disparate garlic pieces, I'm going to put in my pot for the stock. Okay, these potatoes I'm using for latkes. I actually might want to use some of these for soup too. 3 to 4 potatoes. This says it makes 12 latkes. Half medium yellow onion peeled and quartered. So I need a onion. This one feels good. Dry breadcrumbs, got it. Kosher salt, got it. Black pepper, got it. Oil or chicken schmaltz, or a combination of both. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm going to use that for the croutons. I'll use bacon for the latkes. Okay. 1.5 pounds of bacon, potatoes, 3 to 4 potatoes. Let's see, because I think like my ingredients here are also an egg. This is kind of variable. I don't think I want more than 12 latkes. I'll say that. So let's see. 1.5 pounds. So that's 1.5 pounds. That's 3 potatoes. Let's do 3 pounds. Can I do 3 pounds? And then I'll just double the recipe. 3.2. Okay, so 2 pounds, 10 ounces. Okay, that's good. Do I peel these? Do I peel these? I should not peel these. Scrub the potatoes. Do not peel. Amazing. Grate the potatoes and onion with a food processor. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm supposed to do this in the food processor. All right, cool. I don't even peel these, Johns. That's perfect. All right, let's wipe these off. I'm going to clean these potatoes off. I didn't clean them when I got them, and they feel a little dirty. So we're going to do that. Interesting, Twindrella. I am going to try a bunch of different things to clean these pans, I think. Also, I love doing like the science of it. And like, let's combine oven cleaner and barkeepers. And then we'll soak all of that in vinegar, right? Fox Mulder, not putting any moisturizer on, right? That was the mistake afterward. Cyber, I'm going to take the sprouted onions and put them in my stock. Because I don't need, I need one onion for, actually, I'm going to use one big onion for dinner this evening. And then the rest of these onions I'm not going to use in time. Like they're going to continue to sprout. So I'm just going to hit reset on these and put them in the stock. But I totally agree with you. I would probably just eat that, peel off the soft bits from the inside and just go ahead and eat that. So let's process the onions that I'm not using today. The onions that I'm not dicing and cooking with, just the ones that are like the stock situations. TARDIS, welcome in. Patty on YouTube, thank you. What you're making sounds very good. Today was sort of, I don't have a big like significant plan for today's stream. I know I really was like, I was looking around in the kitchen to see what I was interested in making, and I sort of landed on the fact that I just have a lot of stuff in here that's right on the verge of not being great anymore. And so my thought was, I'll just make this stock that I've been talking about making now for 2 weeks, and we'll do a soup out of the rest of it. Sort of a throw in whatever you want kind of soup. And that's going to be dinner. So let's put this onion. So we're going to shred an onion in the food processor as part of this. So I'm taking these little stickers off. I don't want the stickers to go in. I don't want the stickers in the stock, but the skins are fine. We're going to take this and get this one completely ready to be fed into a food processor. So we'll take all the rest of it and put it in my stock. That's the move today. We're clearing out the cabinets because I have some recipes that I need to test this week. And so I need to go shopping again. And so sort of my goal is clear out the fridge. Right? That's the move. Clear out the fridge, clear out the cabinet, hit reset. I'll get a fresh batch of onions tomorrow. Okay, that is for my latkes. And then this one, oh, hold on, I got a sticker. I guess the sticker doesn't really matter. I'm going to strain it at the end, but, if you can avoid simmering your vegetable stock with the glue from a sticker, that seems probably ideal. Okay, I want to cut like half of an onion for my soup. So I'm going to dice a half of this, and then the other half we'll just go ahead and put in the stock as well. Come on, get off there. So take the skin off of here, this last little bit. Yeah, freezer meals and a fridge clean out caretaker. It just has to happen sometimes, Addie, no worries. We're live on both YouTube and vertical and horizontal on YouTube and on Twitch. If you are a lurker, I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you. If you are a chatter. I appreciate you hanging out as well. I want to note that for anyone who is watching, if you're watching on Twitch, follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. And I will not say hi to you if you follow unless you say hi in chat first. Follows are completely silent. It is as if it didn't happen, except it did happen. And then you'll remember to come back. If you're on YouTube, the same goes. If you subscribe, if you're on YouTube, you have to be subscribed for 5 minutes to talk or to chat at all. Sorry if you're a bot and you're like, but what about me? You have to wait. But subscribes are also silent on YouTube, I think. I'm pretty sure. I know that people subscribe while I'm streaming and I don't see it and nothing happens in chat, so. Yeah. Caretaker, I did change the YouTube settings recently. I used to have it so that you'd have to be subscribed for like a day or something. And I dialed it way back. And every once in a while, we get someone who's willing to wait 5 minutes to say some insane shit. But usually not. Often not. Sad robot. Oh, wait, that's bad robot. Never mind. Camille, I'm crossing my wires. Bad robot. All right, let's give this chicken over here a stir. Yeah, we're simmering away in here. And I have the lid on because I don't want to lose all of this liquid that's in here. I mean, it would be fine if it boiled, or, if it cooked off a little bit, but I'd rather it stay in here. When I put the vegetables in, I might leave it open a little more. We'll see. All right, so onion is processed and good. That's ready for soup. I'm gonna put an eye on this cabbage. So that's I put the cabbage in there for, I don't remember which time it was for the cabbage. I put the cabbage in there for 30 minutes. It's been 15. I just want to get a look at it. It's getting a little brown around one of the edges. Getting a little bit, it's dry, which is fine. I don't really, cabbage is not, it's not necessary that the cabbage stay moist. All right, let me take a look here. So I also have I have all these garlics, but if you look in this box, right, there's all these loose little pieces, individual, here's one garlic clove, here's a garlic clove. So I'm going to take all of these, assuming they're still okay. Yeah, they are. They're a little soft, but that's okay. That one's very soft. We don't want that one. I'm going to evaluate them before I just toss them into the stock pot. But I'm going to take all these little pieces of garlic that are sort of left over from one thing or another and pop those into the stock as well. Itis, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I had to think about what day it was. I've been having to think about what day it is forever. All day today. I've been like, what day is it? When I just came home, I was in Toronto for 5 days, and that whole thing is too soft. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's very soft. And usually when I travel, I come back on a Sunday, and I came back on a Monday this time, and it's got me weird. It's got me in a weird spot. Caretaker says the vendor with black garlic will have some to buy. Super. I love it. A nap. Oh, I hope you had a good nap. That makes me so jealous. not in a jealous, like I want what you have way, but like I'm glad that you have a nap, you had a nap, and I would also love a nap. My favorite nap is do y'all have like a favorite nap? I have a specific like favorite nap. It's that nap when you were out for the morning and you had lunch and you come home and it's like 2:30 and you sleep for like an hour or an hour and a half, because it doesn't feel like you've lost anything. It's just like, oh, now it's 4 p.m. and it's like not dinner time yet, but it's like, it's enough. It's like the right time. A jeans nap. Mike says 45 minutes tops, face down on the couch. That's a good one. Yeah, the one when you just kind of lie down in your clothes and just chill for a few minutes, like a little bit, that's satisfying. When I nap, I get completely ready for bed. If I'm like intentionally gonna nap, I'll put like an eye mask on. I'll like get my gym shorts on. I'll be ready. I'm like ready to sleep. All right. This garlic bulb is still completely good. So we're going to save one. I'm going to save one. This is, ooh, that whole one is very soft. This one is getting there. We'll see. Yeah, the check-in things, I love it. I completely took that from a DJ who I watch, who I also believe took it from someone else. I just think it's fun. It gives people something to do, like something to click on. You know what I mean? Like you can, it works. It works on YouTube now. You can check in on both YouTube and Twitch. Although you don't need to check in on both. That's like, when I say it works, when I say you can check in on both, what I mean is if you're watching on YouTube and you put command ! check in the chat, you can earn entries towards Cookie Club. Every 20 entries, every 20 check-ins is a Cookie Club entry. So little FYI, it should work on YouTube now. If you're on Twitch and you hop over to YouTube and you like want to be sly about it, it's not going to restart your counter, but the two accounts aren't synced. So it's not going to like work. You're not going to get double check-ins. Although I'm looking for a way to sync the accounts if you want to like connect them. Moon Dice, welcome in. Speaking of a DJ that I'm aware of. Moon Dice, I was, of course, speaking of Patrick Richards when I was talking about the check-in command. But of course, being a little bit extra, I had to make it count individuals and not just overall. So, the tester banana came out great. I roasted 4 more after that, and they are currently in the freezer. They have been in the freezer for I don't know how long, a while. They've been in the freezer for a little bit. They were good. I actually, I was very pleasantly surprised that roasting a banana yields essentially the same texture and flavor as letting it ripen on the counter for a week. I didn't know that, and that is super, super useful information for me now, because I often am like, oh, I would love to have like ripe bananas for this thing, but like I don't have any bananas, so I can't. There's a way to sync both streams. Well, now, so I'm multi-streaming to both platforms right now. I'm using the ATOM, AITUM multi-stream plugin and the ATOM vertical encoder. So I'm streaming directly to YouTube natively, and natively to Twitch. I'm streaming to YouTube in vertical and horizontal. So the YouTube stream archives forever, unlike Twitch, which is 60 days for me. So I don't actually upload anything because I'm streaming directly there and it just saves it. That's why I started uploading there, or that's why I started streaming there. It's not why entirely, but I did start streaming there because I was like, oh, it just won't go away. Like, I don't have to upload anything. It'll just live there. You can, in Stream Manager, just upload directly from the video manager. You can upload directly to YouTube. You can upload VODs directly to YouTube, though, which is, yeah, you're correct. Phoenix says, my favorite nap is during a thunderstorm in the afternoon out on the covered porch. All right. That sounds really, really lovely. That sounds great, honestly. I'm getting croutons together. Kathy, hello, welcome. The croutons are just because I had a loaf of bread in there that was sort of like not doing very well. Wasn't getting eaten and wasn't going to get eaten. So I made the executive decision to turn that into croutons, which will get eaten. Because while I may not really want a slice of bread, I love me some croutons. So that is lovely. We're gonna make those, and like I said, we'll probably have soup like twice this week. So I think we will have latkes with today's soup, and then croutons with whatever soup we have next. All right, so this stock is coming along, smells beautiful, looks golden. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit because it is like ripping boiling in there. Kathy, the 108 Asian cookies, Sofa, there. Thank you for putting Kat's links in chat. This is a book that I was really excited to start cooking from. We're doing this month's cookie club from here. I don't know which cookie it is yet. It's one of the ones that I've tagged on the side here. We're going to be doing a cookie club drawing on stream in a little bit. Not in a little bit, later. So while I'm waiting for this cabbage, so we have about 3 minutes left on the cabbage here. I'm going to take this chicken fat. So this is like leftover chicken fat from the roasted chickens, whose bones are now in here. And we're going to put that in the microwave. We're going to cook that in the microwave for about 3 minutes on power level 4. And then we're going to pour that over these chunks of bread and let that soak for like 15 to 20 minutes while the cabbage finishes cooking. Once the cabbage is finished, we're going to pull the cabbage out of the oven. I'm going to bump the oven temperature to like 425, and then we're going to put the croutons in and bake those. So Kathy says it's 78 outside and I'm making soup. Yup. Yes, correct. It's hot here too. I am indeed making soup. I have the oven on, and I have a giant pot on the stove. My kitchen is ripping hot right now. I would love to have like a little fan blowing on me. That would be ideal, but I don't. So, you know. But I don't. Sentence over. But I could. It would be great if I did. All right. We're getting ready for this. So we're doing a big like clean out today. The clean out is basically just like we need to get rid of onions, garlic, potatoes, herbs, cabbage, stuff that's been in the fridge that I am not going to use, or that I haven't used in weeks and is not going to be any more good. So it is like it needs to happen. It just needs to get gone, and that's what we're doing. We're going to put the potato latke mixture in this bowl because this bowl will be empty by that time. I think, so we're making the stock. I have, stock's been on there for 35 minutes, simmering. I'm going to give that just a little bit longer. Once I put the vegetables in, we'll be about 30 minutes from the stock being finished. Let's recalibrate here. So stock, soup, the soup is going to be last. So the last thing we're making today is the soup, because the soup is basically cook onions. Let's recalibrate this whole list, because oh yeah, hold on, this is liquid now. This is, don't mess it up, don't mess it up, don't mess it up. This is not your coffee, Lou. Don't try to drink it. What do I want here? I want a big spoon. Not that spoon. This spoon. You're not turning the oven on. Look, I don't blame you for not turning the oven on. It is hot. It's like it's objectively hot outside. All right, let's pour this into here and stir it, and then we will check on the cabbage, because that was our 30-minute mark for our cabbage. So again, we're using stuff up here. That's the goal. We are using up, that was a whole container of chicken fat from roasted chickens. We're just going to stir that in. Beth, hello. So if it was negative 27 this morning, that's Celsius, by the way, for all of y'all who are like, that's cold either. That's cold regardless of whether it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. But like for reference, that's negative 27 Celsius. Yeah, my parents love soup no matter how hot it is outside. Listen, I'll eat soup all year, and I'm like, this isn't a hill I'm gonna die on, because I don't care. You enjoy what you enjoy, but I think gazpacho is awful, and I don't understand the people who are like, oh, in the summer I just eat gazpacho, and I'm like, that's awful. Just eat soup. You can work in a hot kitchen for that long without a cold drink. The last thing I took a sip of was coffee. That was like 2 hours ago, at least. Yeah, I very often, Phoenix, just don't consume liquid for like long periods of time. I don't know. It's just a thing. I'm going to add a little butter to that, and we're going to melt some butter in this same mug, and put that in there as well. I am feeling thirsty right now. So like, little FYI, I am feeling thirsty, and I will get a drink in a moment here. A drink of V8. I mean, is a V8 a soup? Is that a thing? Is V8 a soup? Is V8 a gazpacho? Mike says, if I'm drinking cold tomato soup, it's going to be a Bloody Mary. I like a V8. I mean, I don't know. If y'all are like, V8 is gazpacho, then like, maybe I'm into it. Maybe I'm into it. I remember when I did drink, there was, I didn't love Bloody Marys at all. But I remember this guy that I used to be friends with made one for a 5K we were doing. And he and I were walking. His partner is a runner, and so she was running, and I am not a runner, but I was like, I'll walk with you, sure. So he made like a thermos and it had Bloody Mary in it, and I had it and I was like, this is actually good. Like, I don't hate this. And I've hated every other Bloody Mary I've had before that and since that. Oh my God. Meanwhile, Sofluff is like, we had a blizzard on Sunday. Blue skies and sunny after a whiteout conditions. Jesus. That's wild. Yeah, sky blue. A fruit gazpacho. You know, I've never had a fruit gazpacho. I've only ever had ones I didn't like. So, so if you've never had a V8, that's probably fine. Mrs. Syntax says, first off, hello. When you're outside and when it's hot out, eating or drinking cold things makes you feel more hot easily because your body is trying to combat the internal cold. Eating hot foods during peak heat actually helps with the internal regulation of internal and external heat. Right. So like, that's why they tell you to drink like room temperature water in the summer, right? And not like ice water. Cyrus says, why is there a beaver? Well, it was a gift for Calvin from my trip to Toronto, and it was sitting on the counter when I started stream. So it's just, I just, you know, kind of let it sit there, and here we are. It's not going to, it won't continue to be on stream. Like, it's not going to become a fixture, but Calvin just didn't take it upstairs last night. So there it is. That's all. There's no real reason for it to be there. It's not serving any purpose. Short says, is fruit gazpacho just a smoothie? I like smoothies too. We're dancing dangerously close to me liking gazpacho. I don't know if I like this or not. Oh, Cyber, that's interesting. So you just use them as ice blocks for... I read that as dessert camping. But I now have reread that and read that as desert camping. Cool. Good idea. Usually has a tomato or vegetable in it, like strawberry, tomato, or pineapple, cucumber, jalapeno. Now, cucumber water I love. It's why you lose more calories going downhill on a bike than uphill. Your body will be more staying warm than cooling off. Interesting. Anybody who's ever like done hills on their bike is like, I don't know about that. My body feels like it's sweating profusely when I am going downhill on a bike. I know that much. Addie, welcome back. I'm just seasoning these croutons. When I'm finished with these, I am going to get the cabbage out of the oven. I'm pretty sure it's finished. Yeah, dessert camping. It's when you go on a camping trip and everybody brings a favorite campfire dessert. Sounds great to me, honestly. Same goes for showers. You know, people tend to take a cold shower to cool down during the peak. Better to have a warm shower during peak, if you will, and a cold one when it's cooling down outside. You know, we're on the edge of like, I know like that's probably true, but I would be hard pressed to be convinced to take a cold shower when it's cold outside. I'll be hard pressed to take a cold shower whenever. Listen, I take a hot shower in the summer if a hot shower is available. The only cold shower that I really love in the summer is the one that's like the outdoor shower when you come off of like the beach or something and you're just like sweating and awful and like covered in sand. That's a good shower, that like outdoor situation. But otherwise, I don't know, y'all. I don't think I can do. I don't love a cold shower. That's like, I feel like that's like too much for me. I'm weak when it comes to that. So cabbage looks good. I didn't toast this. I roasted it in the oven, and this is looking all right. We have some browning here along the edges. It's soft. Everything is soft in here. I'm using my pen. I'm using my pen to like pull this apart. Let's see if this is how is this heated all the way through? And this is like feels like it's not even hot on the inside. That's wild. Okay. So, oh, the outside is very hot though. That's interesting. All right, I think I'm gonna flip this a little bit. And maybe kind of like open it just a touch. I don't need it to like completely dry out. It's like not quite, yeah, not quite soft on the inside. This part looks good though, like char. I'm gonna take those off. I'm gonna pop those in with the mushrooms for now. Okay, I'm gonna pop this back in the oven for just a few minutes here. Let's bump this up. So I'm gonna bump this oven to 420 in prep for the croutons, and we'll just leave the cabbage in there for like another. It was in there for 30. I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes. So the stock looks like it should be about 15 more minutes in. Oh, hold on. Stock's not doing shit. My burner's off. My burner went out because it was too low. Sometimes that happens. Okay, what is this doing in here? Well, it's still simmering, so the burner must have just gone out a moment ago. So I don't know. Yeah, this is Syntax says never during the peak taking a cold shower because that'll be more miserable. I'm just miserable when I get into a cold shower. I'm like, it like never feels good. You know, some people adjust and they're like, oh, this is okay. No, I don't know. You don't want to shock your body with the difference in temp between the shower and the room outside. I love a hot shower. Caretaker, I love a hot shower too. You had no power, Shart says, and it got hot and humid and the floor was wet. Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like, I guess the experience of like, if you can't escape the heat, a hot shower or a cold shower feels good to me anyway. If you're like if you like come inside in the summer and the air conditioner's on, like I'm not hopping in a cold shower. This is not going to happen. Hello, Calvin's here. I didn't realize it was that late. It's fine. It's not that late. It's 4 p.m. Okay. Oh, you texted me? Am I able to go to the corner store? No. No. No, I'm not. And that's why I set the oven to 420. Yeah, Elsie's here. Elsie's been sitting on the chair right there. Ash has been within 5 feet of me since I started stream. Okay, so let's say we're going to do the stock and we're going to finish that. Then we're going to do the croutons, then the latkes, then the banana whip, then the soup. Because the soup is just going to be like put stuff in a pot and simmer it together and then blend it and we're done.
At gym earlier, I didn't realize that I had a hole underneath my pants and we were playing badminton.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the racket and someone hit it like over there. And I went and I tripped and accidentally slid.
Oh,
on my knee and I burnt my knee.
You got like an abrasion burn on your knee? That's uncomfortable. Yeah. Do you want some miniature carrots out of the refrigerator about it? Okay. I have a question, Callie. I know we had our whole conversation about karate yesterday. Are you interested in going to karate tonight?
That was not my plan.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And that was my expectation was that you were not going to go tonight. But sort of given all that had happened yesterday, I thought it might be your plan to go tonight anyway, because you didn't get to do the practice that you wanted to do yesterday. Does that make sense? I don't care if you go or not, and I was fully expecting you not to go. So I'm not planning. In my brain, I was not planning on stopping stream to take you to karate. So if you're not planning on going, I will continue with that line of thinking. Okay. You got those carrots?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Elsie, you're a good girl.
All right.
You're one of the bestest ones.
Okay. Do you want to bring a cat over here, Calvin? We have folks who'd like to see a cat. Maybe you can get Obi. Maybe go get Obi from whatever he's doing. We haven't seen Obi today. Both of Elsie and Ash have been right next to me. But they're not next to me. They're on the chair on the other side of the counter. They're both like sitting on the chair, like laying down. I don't know. Sorry, I'm scrolling back up, and the oven is at 420 because I think it's funny because of weed. I think that it's funny to set the oven at 420. Caretaker says we have polar bears every morning during winter. You can see them doing their swims in the morning commute. Oh my God, that's majestic and also terrifying. Shart says I'd never take a cold shower in a scenario where there's working AC. Yeah, that's kind of my thought is like, that's why I said I love the shower when you're like coming off the beach and you have the like, you know, it's outdoors and it's cold, but like it's still hot outside and you like turn the shower off and you're still sweating. Okay, we have a cat incoming. Baby carrots are a lie. Baby carrots are a lie. Baby carrots are just carrots that didn't work out as big carrots that needed to get chopped down. Here's a cat. Nope. Calvin, scoot over.
Wait, this way?
So if you can see yourself in here, you're in the right spot to show the cat to everybody.
Got it.
There you go. Yes. This is an Obi.
It is an Obi.
Obi, that was your 50th appearance on stream. Yay. He does not. He does not care. This is the face of not caring. Look at what is he even doing? You have his butt higher than his head.
Yeah.
This is, okay.
It's the position he was in the hammock downstairs.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Cute.
I'm gonna go put him back in the same position.
Okay. Well, there's Obi. We have an Obi. He's
A good boy.
He is a good boy. Ash has been on stream a bunch today. We have not seen. Yeah, DJ Harley, he is getting big. It is.
I'm gonna go back down.
I don't know what Obi weighs right now. Maybe we could get the bigger bowl and just put him in it and put him on the scale. I mean, we could. That's definitely an option. Does Obi get a cat treat entry? We should do something for their birthday.
When's their birthday? They're like gotcha day.
April. Yeah. Oh, their gotcha day. Well, their birthday and their gotcha day are basically the same thing.
Like 2 days different.
Yeah. We don't know what their actual birthday is, but when they came into the house, they had umbilical cords. So it was like within 24 to 36 hours of them being born. Yeah, cans of tuna for their gotcha day. That'd be cute. That would be cute, honestly. Okay. Liz, sorry, I saw your question about the bananas. The bananas worked out really well, actually. And I would say they were slightly... I probably cooked them for slightly too long. Maybe just a little bit too long. But the process worked. And I think baking them for like 10 total minutes would be perfect. Salmon kitty cupcakes? That would be very cute. Do we have another one coming or no?
No. It was an LCL.
The teacher house says my cat Thompson weighed more than 25 pounds. 25 pounds is a big ass cat. That is a big old. That is a big honking cat. Mm-hmm. Yes. That is a big cat. We had our old cat. That's a lasagna. It is a lasagna, not a Garfield. Our old cat at one point weighed 20, almost, it weighed about 20 pounds.
Who?
Oh, caretaker, I didn't see the I didn't see your comment about the polar bear. The polar plunge. Okay. Less majestic, still scary. Real polar bears, majestic and scary. People doing the polar plunge, just kind of scary, honestly. Little cakes with a round can of cat food and decorated with tube treats for icing. That sounds lovely. Calvin couldn't find the cat food this morning, so he fed them churros instead.
Mm-hmm. Churros.
Churros.
Not toes. Not.
Yeah, he
Not
fed them
like the cinnamon
churros,
thing.
cinnamon churros. They were confused, but fine. Catastrophe says my cat is a Maine Coon. I call him a lasagna every time I feed him. I'm laying down another layer. Oh my god, that's a huge cat. Maine Coons are huge. Maine Coons, good lord. They're just like
What are we making?
soup. Latkes. So we're gonna make soup. So this is cabbage. So
Are those separate things or like soup latkes?
no, we're making. Hold on, let me show you. These are. I'm making latkes to eat with soup.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were if the latke was separate from soup.
No. Yes, it is separate from the soup, but it's part of the same meal.
Yeah,
So this is my roasted cabbage.
same meal, separate dish.
This looks great.
Does.
Yeah, I think this looks really good. Yeah. So this is good. I think this is finished. I'm gonna call it.
Eat my baby carrots.
Cabbage looks good. So I have roasted cabbage and mushrooms and garlic. Cabbage, mushrooms, garlic. We're gonna fry some onion to put in there, and then I probably put some like red miso and just some other like flavors in there. I'm not sure exactly what, but we're gonna sort of make that one. The soup is just gonna be made on the fly. Everything's already cooked. I'm gonna put it in a pot, simmer it together for a little bit, and then we're gonna blend it so that it's just like a smooth bisque type of situation.
Do we still
So.
have those garlic cookies from the market, or did you?
We do. I actually didn't touch them.
Can I have some?
Yeah.
I gone over there and I saw those cookies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Um,
Do you want any, or can I just bring the whole bag?
Catastrophe says he's mixed with Himalayan, but still a big boy. That's huge.
Do you want any, or can I just?
Just leave me like 3 in the bag. I don't know how many there are, but I would like.
I'm pretty sure there's 6 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 6 in.
Okay, leave me 2. Have 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Here, I'll just take them. You can take the bag.
Okay. Go.
You take.
You cannot have cookies or my water.
Now that I'm concerned about the water here.
Ash,
Always now.
Ash,
All right.
off,
Can you,
off, please, off,
Ash?
off.
There you go. Okay. We have.
The water now.
There we go. Fellas, I hope things turn out okay. That's scary. That's scary. So you have like one vet nearby? There's no alternative like emergency vet that you could drive to? I know that feeling. Mellis, I know where you're. I know that I can empathize pretty directly with that that statement. Old animals have this uncertainty about them for sure. But I do hope things turn out for y'all. Yeah. Let's get this stock off the stove. Or not off the stove. I'm going to get it off the stove for a few minutes while I add these vegetables in, and then we'll put it back on the stove. But I don't want to pour those out over here. I do want to put these croutons in because my oven is open now. So let's put these in. And we're going to let those cook. So I'm going to bump that to 425. We're going to set a timer for 10 minutes for those. Timer is just about to go off with my, for the stock. So this has been simmering for an hour. So I'm going to take this off the stove for a few moments here, and we will take a look. We will take my keyboard away from where it's probably going to drip. Yeah, fellas, I hope things turn out for y'all. It is. Animals suffering is hard to watch because they can't articulate the thing. The hardest part is they can't tell you what's wrong, or they can't tell you what they're feeling. This is stock currently. So we have like 3 chickens worth of bones in here. Just going to give this a little taste. It's not strained, but this is looking good color right now. Yeah, it's hard to figure out the right timing of all of that. It's a thing that you sign up for when you like become a parent of an animal, or when you become a caretaker to an animal. Because the likelihood is that you will outlive them no matter what. Fellas, that's okay. You are fine, and I appreciate you sharing. Kathy, this is a good color so far. Let's put all of our vegetables in here now. So into this pot, we're going to put all.
I'm going to.
You're going to the playground? Okay. Yeah. The ball that you had in the bag is downstairs, hanging in the same bag that it was in. Did you eat those carrots and all already?
No, I just had $1 cookie before that.
Okay, where are those carrots?
Upstairs. I rolled them up so that
Bring them back down here and put them in the fridge. Okay. It's not even that they need to be refrigerated. Is that we have a dog in the house who will find them because her sense of smell still works. All right, so all of this is going to go in here. We're going to lay this in gently to start, because otherwise it'll splash. In a moment here, we will have sort of enough in here that it won't matter, that I just kind of pour. There we go. All right. So, good. Once this is in, what are you bringing? Okay, yeah, please do. Okay. That looks good. We have all of our vegetables and herbs. This was 3 gallon bags worth of material from the, well, 2.5. At least 3 chicken 3 whole chickens worth of chicken parts. Now, we also had some additional onions and garlic and a few small mushroom pieces. But this is now more solids in here than liquid. None of this is like, I want to get I want to get a big container and fill this with some water, some additional water. So we're going to pour that in until just above. We're going to pour water in here until it's basically just until things start to float. And then we're going to put that back on the stove. So the stuff that's in here now, the chicken has been in here for an hour simmering. The vegetables we're going to put in probably for about 30 minutes or so. I had them out on the counter. They were completely frozen, but as I was kind of scooping stuff in, it felt like it had started to get less frozen, or was slightly thawed, or thawing. So basically I'm going to bring this back up to a simmer, and then we'll let that go for 30, 45 minutes or so. So I just poured 8 cups of water in here, and that is looking all right. I'm going to do another maybe 4 or so, because this is like that was like just enough that it's not quite floating. It's funny. I mean, this whole pot is still extremely hot. And I just added a bunch of frozen stuff to it and cold water. All right. So that is probably about right. Yeah. Okay. That's good. I'm also going to add some bay leaves, black peppercorns in here, and some salt. I tasted this before I put the vegetables in it, because the chicken was seasoned. The chicken parts that are in here are seasoned. The other none of the vegetables are. So I feel comfortable adding some salt to this, just kind of prior to the vegetable simmering. So I just popped, I don't know, 4 or 5 bay leaf chunks in there. Let's push those in. And we're going to add some peppercorns. Where are those? Here they are. Add a few peppercorns. That's good. And a bunch of salt. Let's put, where's my box of salt? Yo! Your helmet. Probably in the garage. Did you check everywhere?
Yeah, I moved a bunch of stuff too.
Okay. I mean, I know that it's in the garage. I am positive, because I don't know where else it would be. Yeah, look again. Look up. It might be hanging on something. Okay. What else do we got in here? What is this? Cayenne? Yes. It was hanging. Good, we found it. Without needing me to do the thing. Lovely. Okay. I think that's probably it. I don't think I want to add much more seasoning, then I don't want to add any more seasoning than that. I think that's about right. Okay. Oh, I also want to add a piece of a cheese hunk if I have it, just to give it a little bit of, I do, here it is. Give it a little bit of silky texture and also to get rid of the cheese hunk. And that's going to be it. Awesome. Okay. Good. And when I say it's a use it up day, what I mean by that is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different plastic bags that I've just emptied out today. That's a lot of space. I just saved. Very cool. Okay, this is good. We'll mix this in and we'll bring this to a simmer. Once this is simmering, will be, like I said, about 30 to 40 minutes. And then we'll strain this, and then we're going to use that to make soup with. So that's coming up. That was my timer for the croutons. Let's check those. So I'm gonna pop this back on the stove. Turn that on to high so that it has time to boil. And that was the perfect amount of time for... Okay, I will put my phone in a place I can see it in case you text me. Okay? Love you too. And by that, I mean I'm going to turn the ringer on. Okay. Because I'm not going to see it. There's no way I would see it. Let's see. These are looking good. We're starting to get a little solid. They were soft. So I'm going to rotate and put these back in for another, let's do like 5 minutes now. Because we're at the point where I want to check them. 10 is good. 10's like a good start. We've laid a good base for these, but now I would like to check them as kind of half that time. Because I don't want them to burn. That would not be ideal. Catastrophe. The cheese rind is great. So I don't know where that cheese rind came from or when, but with pasta sauce, that's a thing that you can do. Like a red sauce, you just pop a little cheese rind in there and it helps. It sort of like gives it a little of that extra silky umami sort of flavor. And it's the same thing. I mean, it's the same thing with stock. So it's a nice little addition. Now, will that cheese rind do a whole lot in that huge pot? Not really. And that's fine. Okay. Croutons are in. Latkes are stock is... the stock just needs time now. I don't need to do anything else with it except for straining it. I guess I need to strain it. Put that on the list so I remember that it has to happen. That's easy though. That part's, well, easy is relative. It takes a little while, but it's not difficult. Stock, croutons, latkes, banana whip, and soup. All right, so when we are finished, the croutons will be finished with the oven. So the goal was to just kind of get everything The goal was to get everything in the oven and then out, so I can turn the oven off. We're going to turn the oven on again a little later after the latkes are finished so that I can keep them warm, but otherwise it's not going to be used. So Here's what we are going to do. I need to do the dishes. There's some bowls over here that I need to do. There are some things that can go in the dishwasher. I'm not going to do all the dishes, but I do need to get. I need the bowls because I need something to put the latkes in, and I need something to strain the soup into. I need the bigger bowl for the soup and the big bowl for the latkes. So both of those are dirty. So I do need to wash those. We're going to take a quick little break here. On Twitch, we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads. They're going to be accompanied by a game of Words on Stream. If you're not familiar with Words on Stream, it is a Scrabble-like game where there are letters at the top of the screen. You infer what words you can see there, and then you put those in chat, and then the game will tell you if you are correct or not. That is available on Twitch. If you're not a subscriber on Twitch, you're going to get an advertisement. If you don't want to get an advertisement, there's a link to YouTube in chat where you will not get an advertisement during the next 3-ish minutes of time. Okay. Let's see if Words on Stream loads. It might. Let's see. There it goes. Okay, cool. All right, so we have a game of Words on Stream that's going to start in a moment. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. I'm going to do the dishes during that time. If you are a new viewer, or perhaps you're a preferred lurker and, you know, just enjoy that kind of vibe, during Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat in. If it is your first time chat of the day during Words, I'm not gonna say hi to you. If you're like me and you just don't want to be perceived, you don't want to converse, you just want to watch. Follows are always silent, so if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you. And if you're also like me and worry about your first time chat and you're like, oh, but I don't want to have to, you know, I don't want there to be a first time chat thing, blah, blah, blah. I want to tell you that if you get that out of the way during Words on Stream, I'm not gonna go back and be like, hey, how's it going? Now, if you've been a chatter before, a regular, and you pop in, I might say hi. But if you're a name I don't really recognize, you know what? If you get your first time chat in during Words on Stream, it's not going to say hi to you. How's that? How's that? How's that for a promise? All right, let's come over to the sink. We have our, we're very zoomed in over at the sink. Yikes. That's too much zoom. There we go. Okay. The color is also weird. Okay, we're going to play a game of Words on Stream. Hear that. Come on, Lou. Get your shit together. Hold on. Before we do that, hold on. Let me check these croutons. How are we doing? No, we need at least another 4 minutes on the croutons. Okay, good. I don't need to get the croutons out. Sorry, we're trying. We're trying here. 4 minutes, another 4 minutes on the croutons. Here comes the game of Words on Stream. 2, 1, and there it goes. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Again, link to YouTube in the chat. We'll be right back. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercial.
Okay, we got to load the dishwasher first, and then we're going to do we'll load the dishwasher, then we will wash these bowls. And that should probably take us right to the end of the ad break. As it usually does. I usually sort of run out of time to do other things. So, that said, if you have something to say during chat or during this and you want to say it, I will see it. But I am not going to say hi for the first time chat, folks. That's something new I'd like to try to start doing. Because first time chats are can always feel awkward because it says first time chat, and then people are like, "Hey, who are you? Welcome in." And I don't love that. So let's not. All right, we got some bowls to wash. Give them the old rinse a little bit. Okay. Now, wash. How'd we do? The bot sounded happy. All right, let me start another one here. Bowls are looking good. Yeah, I just needed to I need somewhere to put all of the stock when it comes out of this big pot. Straining it is the most labor intensive part of the thing.
It's over!
Hey, welcome back if you're on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I know that nobody likes the ads, including myself, but they have to happen because they happen anyway. Because Twitch says we have to have ads. So we do. And I run them while I'm doing the dishes, which is far less interesting, at least to me. I don't know. Maybe y'all are like ASMR dish people. But we run the ads so I can catch up on some of the sink, and be back in just a few moments where we're going to get the croutons out of the oven because the timer just went off for those, or is currently going off. Last guesses, get them on into chat if you got them. If you want to guess, you want to get your first time chat out, just type whatever you want into chat. I don't really, you can do that too. That is also clearly, but we are wrapping on up here. Hush up, timer. All right. Well, I know that one wasn't a board, so we will come on back here in just a moment. I'm finishing the last little thing that I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. Timer, stop it. Stop it. Yikes. Okay, cool. Well, welcome back. Let's get our croutons out of the oven because those are most certainly finished by now. Or maybe they're not. I don't know. We're going to check them. That's why the timer was on. Hold on. Let me close this dishwasher first because otherwise there will be cats inside of it. And we don't want that. How is this pot? Not simmering yet. Okay, croutons are looking great. Yeah, Sky Blue, Grace, y'all, I agree 100%. I get annoyed because it doesn't show you it never. I don't think it like. Yeah, it doesn't show you, and it never has. And I feel like that's a thing that lots of people complain about. And I don't know that they'll ever change that. I don't know. I don't know. It annoys me too. Okay, how are these? Another 4 minutes, maybe? 3? I think 3. 3 more minutes on these. Should have tried chud. That's funny. What complex vocabulary we would all have. Yeah, it would be nice. Just in general, I would like to know what the actual words are. Before I put the kosher salt away, let me refill my container. Perfect. All right, so we're waiting for the stock to come to a simmer. Then that'll be 30 minutes on that. We have, I said 3 more minutes on those croutons, and you better believe I'm about to burn those croutons. So let's set a timer for 2 minutes. When I say 3 minutes on something and then I don't set a timer, that's like the danger zone. Y'all, that's when you're like, well, shit's getting burned. Watching it happen. Here we go. All right, I'm getting my food processor out because it is going to make the latke process a latke easier. I should have made that joke on stream so I could clip it. Fuck, I'll make it again. Anyway, we're gonna get the food processor out. I'm also, while I'm in the cabinet there, I'm gonna get the Dutch oven out. And then we will be right on time to get the croutons out. Hold on. Come on, you punk. What are we doing? What are we even doing here? There we go. There we go. Dan, I want to tell you that you are the first person to use the QOTW command in years. Question of the week. There was actually, there was someone who came into chat at one point, this was a while ago, who used to put QOTW in chat, and I didn't have one. And then for a while, I was actually writing like a new question of the week. And no one ever used it. So, can I tell you a secret? Maybe this is admitting too much. If you put command QOTW in chat, it's going to give you, there's a couple like random questions that are in there and they cycle through. So if you put it in again, it would give you a different question. But I do like that question. What's the first thing you ever cooked yourself? Reminder, buttered noodles are a meal. What is the first thing y'all ever cooked yourself? Twinderella says, first meal was pizza bread. Okay, so like French bread, tomato sauce, mozzarella. Caretaker says, first attempt at brownie waffles. 20 minutes later, burnt outside, lava inside. I feel like sounds about right. Sounds about right. Fox Mulder says, Teletubby toast. Cinnamon and sugar on buttered toast, but it's all my sister could get me to eat. That is so good, though. I remember making that as a kid. Now, I didn't call it Teletubby toast, but I certainly made the cinnamon sugar toast. Absolutely. That shit was gold. You know, I feel like I made cinnamon sugar toast within the past 6 months. I can't remember exactly when, but I'm pretty sure I've made it recently. Omelets. Caretaker says, omelets. Hell yeah. You cut the omelet in half and put it on bread for sandwiches. That's a great idea. Dan says grilled cheese. Dan, are you fancy? That's a good first meal. First thing you ever cooked. I could see that though, like bread and cheese. That one's a pretty straightforward one. Megan, welcome. Bella says scrambled eggs. Hell yeah. I think that was the first thing Calvin made too. Perfect. Those are perfect. Okay. So I turned the oven off. Oven is off. Croutons are finished. Mike says red sauce for spaghetti night. That's a good one. That's still a good thing to know how to cook. Oh my God. That was so good. Fuck. I love croutons so much, especially homemade ones. Sorry, they're just really tasty. They're also like painfully hot. That one was painfully hot. Oh, lessons not learned. Oh, that one's hot too. That one's also hot. Okay, I'm gonna leave those over there though. They're good. We are waiting for the stock. I have everything ready for my soup. Not everything, but like we're ready enough for the soup. We're gonna do the latkes before we do the soup because the stock is still in progress, and then I need to strain the stock, and then we'll make the soup. The latkes you can cook those whenever, and they will be good. They will be good to stay warm in the oven for a while. They're also something that reheats really nicely, so I'm gonna make those now. I'm just giving my soup a little stir here. Now you don't want to stir it. Lots of people tell you like don't stir your stock all that much because then it'll get really like cloudy and we don't want that. I don't care. Like I don't really give a shit about the cloudiness of the clarity of the stock because I'm not in a restaurant and we're not doing this we're not doing this for quality here. So not very important to me. However, a note, if you do want clearer stock, less agitation equals clearer stock. Putting this cabbage in a little bowl so I can kind of move it around. It takes up less space. Bowls go in the dishwasher, so I don't really care about how many of those I use. It's only non-dishwasher dishes that I want to be a little more conservative about. All right, we can finally check something off the list. Croutons are checked off. Beautiful. Let's do the latkes start to finish now. So we're not going to take a break in the middle of this until these are finished. They're pretty straightforward, easy to do. Caretaker says most things fresh from the oven are generally hot to consume. Yup. Yeah. Let's see. Have they cooled down any? Perfect. So good. So good. Turnip toast, welcome in. Why do you care if your stock is cloudy? The cloud is delicious veggie squeezies. Yeah. I'm not trying to impress anybody. I'm not going to strain this. I'm going to strain this through a fine mesh sieve. I'm going to strain it. I'm going to use a spider to get the solids out. I'm going to strain it through a mesh sieve. And that's going to be it. Everything else is just going to stay in it. If I wanted it to be a little bit clearer, I would strain it through like a coffee filter or a bunch of layers of cheesecloth. But it's not necessary, really, like genuinely and truly, like it's not a thing that needs to be, that needs to happen. So I am going to move all my cast iron pans off the stove, except the one I'm about to use. And then we're prepping for latkes here. The Dutch oven is going to be for the soup later, so we'll move that over there. Is this boiling yet? No. Okay. Bo says my cheap self wants to get as many nutrients out as possible. Right. Break the bones. You know what I used to do? Once the chicken was thawed, I used to take chicken shears, and I still do this occasionally, and cut the bones in half. Just like cut them. Also, Dan, and good luck. Good luck out there. Drive safe. I occasionally will still cut the bones, but if I'm doing like one chicken worth of stock, I still will do that. If there's like a whole bunch in there, I tend not to. Okay, this is just telling you to basically put everything in the oven, get the oven ready. Fit a wire cooling rack onto another baking sheet. We'll do all of that while the potatoes rest for a few minutes. Prepare the potatoes. Done. Cut each potato in half crosswise. Okay. Grate the potatoes and onion using a shredding disc of a food processor. Make a cheesecloth tourniquet and squeeze liquid from the potato and onion. Transfer the grated potato and onion into a large triple layer of cheesecloth. Gather the corners and tie around a handle of a wooden spoon. Dangle the bundle over a large bowl. Then twist and squeeze the potatoes and onion as hard as you can until no more liquid comes out of the potatoes and onion shreds. Pour off the liquid, but keep the potato starch. Give the liquid a few minutes to allow the potato starch to settle, and then pour off and discard the liquid, but leave the potato starch. Toss the lock ingredients together with your fingers. Add the potatoes, onions, eggs, matzo meal, or breadcrumbs, salt, and pepper to the bowl of starch. Mix with your fingers, making sure the potato starch breaks up and is evenly distributed with the rest of the ingredients. Set the batter aside for 10 minutes. Heat the oil. Okay, let's shred these potatoes and onion and squeeze those off. That's step number 1. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, both the bones. Yeah, once the bones are like soft and like after they've been in the liquid for a little while, like before I added the vegetables, I had the thought to cut them. I didn't, but I considered it at that time. That's usually when I would cut them, if I'm going to, is after they've boiled for a little bit, or after they've already cooked for like a little bit of time. Boss, I'm glad you're at peace and at rest at the moment. Good. All right, so we're cutting these potatoes. We're just gonna shred these in the food processor. 1, 2. I've done these by hand before, and it's certainly not as easy as this. I'll tell you that. That's plenty of space in there. It's just all splattered from the outside. I'm like, is this full already? And it's not. Mike, the shredding attachment is amazing on this thing. I don't use it as often as I probably could. Basically, I really only use it when I have like a higher volume to shred. Because then you have to like wash the thing, and I hate washing the food processor. It's kind of annoying. So I don't use it very often, but it is super, super convenient. Totally agree. Now I'm going to use the food processor for the banana whip in just a little bit, and so it's actually kind of annoying because I need to like wash the food processor in the middle of all of this. Hard cheese. Yeah. Okay. That's reasonable. I don't know if I've put hard cheese in here before. I feel like when I've used like soft cheeses in here, it gunks it up. Or like it just doesn't grate all the way. Perfect. Broccoli, hello, welcome. All right, now with the onions. The mic is making it sound pathetic. Oh no. I'm very curious what it sounds like. I'll probably get a kick out of it when I watch this. This is great. We're almost there. Almost there. Yeah, freezing it, Mike. That's a good idea. I read a thing on some website recently, and that was like their top trick for grating cheese was like freeze it for 10 minutes. I probably should have done the banana whip in here before the onions today. I didn't. Okay. Let's take this off for a second and get my chunks off of here. And I think this should be good. This is pretty full. Pretty full. So, actually, yeah, that's full. I don't need these chunks. You know what we'll do with these chunks? Right in there. Easy. Making stock is like the perfect thing for when you have a day where you're going to have like leftover stuff. All right, I'm going to give this food processor here, like the lid and all, just a real quick scrub. Because I want to have this, I need this to make the banana whip. Not the shredding plate, but the processor itself. So I'm going to give this a quick wipe down here while I'm at the sink and rinsing it off. There we go. And we need to squeeze out the potatoes and onions. I'm going to do that with a dish towel. It says cheesecloth, but every time I've ever done this with cheesecloth, I've ripped the cheesecloth because I squeeze really hard, and it always just rips the cheesecloth open, and it's annoying. So we're gonna use a towel. Okay. Let's take stock of my stock here. We're almost simmering. I have the lid on so that it heats up faster or like comes to a boil quicker. Now this is on high, like my stock pot is on high. It's not on my big burner though. Like it's on the burner that's slightly the medium burner. So it takes a little longer to come up to temp. But once it's at temperature, it could be on any burner. Like, it doesn't matter. And I don't really want to have to move it around. That's why I'm just leaving it on the burner it's on. Okay. Potatoes are looking good. Wow, there's like liquid in the bottom of this thing. That's intense. Okay, let's get our... I probably want a bigger bowl. Not because it's going to fill with liquid, but I want to be able to have more area to squeeze over. Oh, the Zelda theme noise. Oh, that was my text message. Someone texted me. Not a text I need to respond to. Okay. Yeah, that is my text message sound. So now you know. I turned my ringer on earlier in case Calvin texted me because he said that he was out. He was home and now he's out again, and I was like, I guess I should make sure that he can get in touch. I don't think that's ever gone off on stream before. I don't think I've heard my text message sound in months. That's not true. Every once in a while I turn my phone on. Someone's always texting me, whether or not it's something I want to respond to. Usually it's not. That was just a solicitation text. That wasn't even anyone I know. All right. As I'm taking this food processor apart, I'm washing the pieces of it. That's why I'm sort of like disappearing over to the sink here, but I'm keeping things. We're moving. Okay, clean towel. Let's do a clean towel. Let's do a towel I haven't squeezed the bejesus out of before. Tatsu, hello. Welcome in. Does this have any holes in it? No. It's very important that the towel not have an existing hole in it. That I'm aware of. Okay, so transfer the grated potato and onion into a large triple layer of cheesecloth. We're not doing that. We're putting it in a kitchen towel. Dangle the bundle over a large bowl and twist and squeeze the onions as hard as you can until no more liquid comes out of the potatoes and onion shreds. Pour off the liquid, but keep the potato starch. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do this in 2 batches because I also doubled the amount of potatoes in here. So I should also not try to squeeze them all into one towel. Tatsu, welcome. Happy Tuesday. So we are just taking some potatoes and onions. These are all for latkes. And we're squeezing the liquid out of here. Now imagine if you deep fried, or not, we're not deep frying, but imagine if you like stuck these in an inch of oil with all that liquid in there. God damn. That would be intense. That would be a mistake, is what that would be. I've also, not only have I ripped cheesecloth doing this, I have snapped the handle of a wooden spoon before. So now I just tend to use my hands. And squeeze, it says squeeze until as hard as you can until no more liquid comes out. We might rip the top off of this towel, but okay. Well, this was overflowing from the bowl initially, and now it is slightly smaller than a softball. And I'm still getting liquid out of it. This is a lot of this is onion. The potato has less liquid. Okay, I think that feels like about all that I'm going to get out of here. Beautiful. All right. So, toss the latke ingredients together with your fingers. Okay, so we're going to put that in a bowl. And then we're going to put the next round in here and squeeze that into the same bowl with the same towel. All right. Get my arm workout for the day. Good Lord. This towel is like way out of shape now. I mean, it's misshapen. Better phrasing. Okay, so that is, I'm not going to wash this. I'll wash that in a moment. But we've got round 2. This is just potato in here. So, same bowl, same towel. Yeah, this is all right. This is just dripping out currently. But let's give this a squeeze. Oh yeah, there it goes. There it goes. I don't know what kind of ASMR this is, but it feels like it should be some kind. Man. I'm literally, I don't know if it's just that it's hot in here, but I'm like sweating with the effort of this. I guess this is why they tell you to twist it around a spoon, huh? There we go. Okay, that should be good. I think that's good. Now we have a bowl. It said to let that settle for a few minutes, so we will let that settle. Then we add the potatoes, onions, eggs, breadcrumbs, salt, and pepper to the bowl of starch. Okay. Well, I think we're going to do the opposite of that. We're going to do the opposite of that. We're going to add the egg and all of that to this. No, we're not. Nick, welcome in. Good to see you. Rotational lever action, right? Which I'm trying to achieve with my forearms only. And the effort of the thing. All right. Let me wash. While that starch is settling, I'm going to wash out my food processor, because that is the last thing that I need to do. I'm going to use this for the banana whip, but I can't have, potatoes and onions in it. So I'm going to wash that real quick. Not real quick. We're going to wash that thoroughly so that my banana whip doesn't smell and taste like onions and potatoes, because that would not be the intended result. That's a different kind of dessert. All right, it feels like my stock should be simmering at this point, but I don't know. All right, let's take that. That is good to go. I'm gonna let that sit. let that drain, rather. And clear out my counter here a little bit. Oof, I've it's spilled all over my latke recipe. Oh well. It's funny. That's what I love. I love printed recipes. Primarily because they don't turn off. Like the screen doesn't turn off on a printed recipe. But I also like when you have a printed recipe that you've been using for a while and it has like stains and spots and like stuff on it. It has like a history. Like this recipe already has like little spots all over it from previous versions. So just like one more is not going to matter. It's just kind of fun. I enjoy it. All right, let's put an eye on this stock real quick. I'm going to move my food processor off to the back here because that needs to stay on the counter but isn't needed right now. All right, this is not... Are we simmering yet? We are simmering. Okay. It's hard to tell. It's definitely... Okay, this is definitely simmering. All right, so we're going to start our like 30 or so minute timer for this. If it ends up simmering for longer than that, that's like totally okay. But I just want to kind of be mindful of when 30 minutes is. So let's start 3000 start. Okay. Now, back to our latkes. Grate the potatoes and onion. Done. Make a cheesecloth tourniquet. Done. Pour off the liquid to keep the potato starch. Give the liquid a few minutes to allow the potato starch to settle, and then pour off and discard the liquid. Do we discard the liquid from this? I feel like we put the liquid from this directly into the stock pot. I don't think that we discard it. I think we just use it. Regardless, add the potatoes, onions, eggs, matzo meal, salt, and pepper to the bowl of starch. Okay, actually, I put this in the wrong bowl. I meant to put this into the bigger bowl so that I have more space to like mix it, which is fine. It's fine. We'll transfer it. But let's do that. Then we'll get out our ingredients, and then we'll get the starch added in there. It doesn't need to sit for very long. It does need to sit, but not for that long. Okay. So, reminder to self, you are doubling this recipe, so you need to double the other ingredients. 2 large eggs, 4 tablespoons breadcrumbs, salt, pepper. Okay, and then oil is whatever. Okay, oil is just in the pan. Okay, so let's put the oil. Oh no, what happened?
Me and Adrian was hitting it on the wall.
Yeah?
And when I kicked the bowl up, it bounced and there was space under the bowl. And when Adrian kicked it, it went up and on the roof.
I'm imagining, we've gotten the ball off of the roof there before. I'm imagining it might fall down again. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
That sucks. I'm sorry. Is that why you're home?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, did you get frustrated and need to come home over that, or are you just home? Okay. Cool. Calvin's ball that they were playing with got kicked onto the roof of the building. So frustrating. Okay, let's...
Do I look sunburned?
You look red. Yeah, you look very red. Okay, I'll mix this. Mix these eggs. Let's put the salt in here. 2 teaspoons of salt. Yeah, you look red. You probably are sunburnt. I mean, you were out in the sun.
Well, I know I am on my nose, but that was from Sunday.
Hmm.
But I feel more sunburnt now.
I feel like these are always undersalted, so we're going to add a little salt to that. 1/8 of a teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper. Get out of here. That is so little black pepper. We're adding a whole teaspoon.
That's like nothing.
Yeah. That is a criminally low amount of black pepper.
Isn't even a lot.
No. Okay. Yeah, this little whisk is from... Where did this come from? This is a Pampered Chef whisk. That's what I hope to be in life, a pampered chef.
Coming on stream.
Oh, we have an Ash? Okay, as long as he doesn't get into the bowls.
Now there's one piece.
Here's a cat. We have a cat. All right, can we not get the tail and the potato back up?
Oh. Okay.
There you go. Yes, off of the counter. There we go. There's a cat. All right, we're gonna pour off the liquid here.
81, almost double Obi.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. We got a little bit more.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah, that was more liquid than I was expecting. I thought I would get to the end of it, but it sort of never. I got a little bit more to pour off, but I have to. In retrospect, I should have stopped earlier.
Whoa.
Okay. Keep Daisy back, please. Use your feet and keep her away from where I am. Not that this is hot. I just don't want her, like, walking right here, licking every fucking thing between the counter and my feet. Okay. We had a spill. Daisy, move! Move! Move back!
Move, Days. Move.
Okay. So we need a little bit more liquid to pour off here. Okay. Just a touch more. Okay. And then the starch.
I assume dinner is
There we go. Dinner is the soup and the latkes, yes. That is what's for dinner. No, that's... Nope, that is for dinner. It does also happen to be a recipe that I am making, but it is not for dinner. Hey, what's your reading plan this week? Because I'm gonna go ahead and wait and make a wager that you didn't do it last week. No, you didn't. Wow, that potato starch is thick. That is like, damn.
Well, I need to do some reading for a reading journal in this grade. It's due on Friday.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
It's thick starch. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yup. Egg.
Tomorrow.
Okay, so like tomorrow. Okay. And now we add breadcrumbs to this.
Thursday is tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Do we add panko or plain breadcrumbs for this? Probably plain. Yeah? Yeah. It says unseasoned dry breadcrumbs or matzo meal. I'm assuming just plain breadcrumbs are fine.
I'll do 30 minutes on Thursday.
Okay. And then how much of this do I do? 2, 3, 4 tablespoons.
And then on Friday I can do an hour.
Okay.
That'll be 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's half the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then an hour and 15 minutes or something. Yeah, an hour and 15 minutes
Okay.
each day on the weekend, or I could just do a lot of it one day.
Okay.
For the weekend, I'll just play it right.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Camilla says I also yell at my deaf animal. Yeah, she just is relentlessly trying to get in. Whenever something spills, she's just like right there. Who is calling me? Spam! No. Okay. Well, he's home, so I don't need my ringer on anymore. Good Lord. That's unnecessary. Okay. We're going to mix this. What does it say? Toss the ingredients together. Add the potatoes, onions, eggs, breadcrumbs, salt, and pepper to the bowl of starch. Mix with your fingers, making sure the potato starch breaks up and is evenly distributed with the rest of the ingredients. Okay, so I whisked the starch in with the eggs. Set the batter aside for 10 minutes. Okay, so 10 minutes. We'll mix, and then we will rest. While we rest, we'll get the fryer together. The pan together. It says mix with your fingers. I usually would do this with just my hands, but I'm gonna go ahead and do this with my some gloves on today. I think I want to add another egg to this. I usually have I feel like I've made this a bunch of times, and I almost always want to add an egg. I didn't write it on the recipe, but I do think that that is necessary, because this is not, I think I had slightly more potato than the recipe actually calls for. I'm also pulling out any big, like there's some big chunks in here. I'm just making sure that they don't make it into the final like batter. So we will crack one more egg in here. We'll mix that in thoroughly, and then we'll get to the next step. Okay, so one more egg. I should have cracked that with my gloves on. That was silly. I should have used the hand that my glove had. I had a glove on it to do that. Okay, that's fine. We'll mix that in. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, and I know at the end of this always ends up getting, it's like more liquidy than I'm expecting. Because once you salt this, it starts to like leak, essentially. The liquid starts to come out. So we have a nice batter here. This is ready to go. Okay, heat the oil. We're gonna put the oil in a pan. We're gonna use bacon grease for this because I have bacon grease in here. So we're gonna use some of that. And then we'll use whatever else, the rest of it is just going to be olive oil. So we'll use some bacon grease to give it a little bit of extra flavor, and then we'll olive oil the rest of it. Or no, sorry, vegetable oil. Olive oil would be not ideal. Okay, that said, I want to move my stock pot slightly to the back burner here, like literally the back burner, because I want to be able to have the camera over where I'm frying, and I can't if my pot is in the way. Okay, so this is really, the stock is looking really nice. It smells wonderful, and it is simmering along. I'm going to turn that up just a little bit. I think the burner had gone out again. I'm not sure. Okay. For a 10-inch skillet, you'll need a cup of oil. Heat over medium-high heat until a piece of the latke mixture sizzles immediately. Form them one at a time. Flatten with your fingers to a 4-inch patty. Fry them about 4 to 5 minutes per side, adjusting the heat if necessary. Drain for 2 minutes. Okay, so let's get our oil. Daisy, the dog is right here trying to lick stock off the floor. Girly Pop, I need you to not be right here, okay? Daisy is so present. Sky Blue, I am excited for your fridge cleaning soup, genuinely. I think that those soups not always, I think that those soups often turn out really well because you end up putting a bunch of just a bunch of stuff in them. And it's like, you know, a lot of the time, like too much is a bad thing. But if you're cleaning the fridge out, it's not like you have a whole bunch of stuff in there. So it's often like the right amount of stuff anyway. Okay, so I just had to rinse that pan out because it was had some hair in it, and I was like not all about that. We got our fat here, so we're gonna get our fat melted off, and that melted off, and then this is a little bit of gelatin. I'm going to put this in the stock as well. Yeah, because this is going to melt and be like, this is going to make it like super velvety. And is not going to go well in the frying pan. That's not a good idea. So we'll just put that in there, let that melt in. And I need to get my vegetable oil. Now this is the same oil that I used to fry the tortillas on February 26th. So I'm just reusing it. And we'll leave that out on the counter because I'm gonna need to refill this after a little bit. Okay, I do want to turn this down. This needs to be at medium. I had it kind of all the way up. Okay, we have soup ingredients ready to go. Heat over medium heat, medium high until a piece of the mixture sizzles. Okay, I need to get a pan together so that I can have a place to put these when they are finished. While dough batter is resting, I'm going to get a wire rack. I'm going to sheet pan. And then these are going to be good to go right on top of there. I want to be able to salt these when I'm finished. So let's get a little bit of kosher salt and have them ready to go. How's it going? Yeah? Good. We're having soup and latkes for dinner. He is not going to karate, and he's upstairs. Do you need anything? Okay, cool. Well, enjoy. It's hot outside? Yeah. Hot in here, too. Uh-huh. All right. So, oil's good. These are good. I think I'm just going to put this... no, that can't go there. This needs to go here. I'm just trying to figure out placement for everything because I'm going to need to have a place for these to go when they're finished. I want to be able to salt them when they're finished, so that should go right there. And, okay, what do I need for these to cook them? Spatula. I need just a spatula. Just the spatula actually is fine. And then I have this other spatula, which I'm going to I'm gonna clean real quick. This is the one I was using for the croutons. So this one's good too for the same thing. Basically with latkes, you need to be able to put them in the pan. You like slide them off of a spatula. So it's good to have two. And now, as I am also looking at this shimmering and simmering, sizzling, I'm going to get out my splatter guard here, just in case this ends up getting wild. It'll be out and available. Okay, this should be good to go. Let's come on over to the stove for these. And camera should still be good. Let's check, make sure we're still working here. We are. Okay. I'm going to move my compost bucket out of the way so that's not on the screen or on the stream. All right. That's looking all right. Mom Noms, welcome in. We have a wow. Did y'all almost get popped? That was some intense popping that just happened right there. I'm going to, this oil is a little bit hot, so I turned the pan way down, and I'm going to add a little bit of oil to here, just to temper the heat, just a little bit. You have a burn mark from frying fries. Oh my God, I'm familiar with that scenario. That is that has happened before. I have definitely done that. Okay, about a quarter cup of the mixture, and then we flatten it, and then we slide it off. So if I recall correctly, I've actually used this spatula. But we're just gonna go ahead and go for it with this one. So about a quarter cup, about a 4-inch patty. There we go. So now I turn it up just a little bit because yeah, that other spatula was the one that I've used before. And as I'm making them, things like come back, right? When you're like, why did this work differently last time? Right, it's because I had a different process. Okay, so we're just going to put about 4 of these in here, and then we'll start the timer once all of them are in. Beautiful. And I'm also recalling that I think I used a chopstick to slide these off last time. Okay, so which one was the first one I put in? This one. Then this one. Can I get my spacing is a little... There we go. I can get one more. I know I can get one more in there. I know I can do at least one more. Okay. Planted firmly in the food and drink world. We love that. It's so funny. I am so not connected to like other parts of Twitch. I'm like some I guess. There's streams that I follow and watch that are not food streams. But mostly I'm in the food category. Okay, we're going to turn this back up now. I turned it way down because it was like popping and going wild. Now that it's sort of settling into something that is manageable, I'm going to let it let it go like that for a few minutes. I need to set a timer, actually. That's what I wanted to do. About 4 to 5 minutes per side, it says. So let me set a 4-minute timer, and then that'll be about good for to start evaluating all of them. What is this timer for? This timer is for, oh, that's for my stock. Okay. I was like, why do I have a timer going and I don't know what it is? That's standard. That's standard behavior for me. Either that or I just don't have one going at all and I need one. All right, so is this should be good. We're still doing well with our camera. So these are just going. We're frying. We're like, oil's a little bit deep right now, but that's okay. It'll as we move through a couple of these, we'll get some of the oil out of the pan naturally. All right. Giving my stock a little bit of a push here. I turned it up just slightly a few minutes ago, and now we are actually at like a pretty solid simmer. It was at a very low simmer before, which is kind of which is fine. That's like what I was aiming for. So looking really good. This is all gonna get filtered out before we make our soup later. All right, so this is looking good. Addie, welcome back. These are looking really lovely. At least they're starting to. Cook until deeply golden brown, adjusting the heat if necessary. Well, we are getting, I would say we're starting to get golden brown around the edges here. Zoom in just a little bit on that one. There we go. Yeah, starting to get golden brown around the edges. And how's my heat? Good. I'm just like, I'm making sure I'm not melting my camera. I've melted the camera before. That is a thing that I have done on stream, melted my stove camera. Okay, but it's looking good here. It's been about 4 minutes for this one. Let me see, how are we doing on the bottom here? Not quite. Okay, so these are going to need a full 5, but they're holding together currently, which is good. We like that. Again, I've got probably a little too much oil in here, but it's not coming over the top. They're not floating, so it's pretty good. So Addie on YouTube asked if I actually melted my camera before. Yes. I was using an overhead camera, and exactly like I'm using this one right now. And I was I was cooking a red pepper, like a red bell pepper, directly on the flame. And I had the flame was just kicking off too much heat. And it ended up the picture quality was getting worse and worse. And then it finally like dawned on me that, oh, it's because it's like melting the camera, like it's burning the sensor out of the camera. And it was. Okay, so here's what we do to flip these. Instead of flipping them flat, or instead of just like flipping and flopping them, we flip them onto another spatula and then turn them so that they do not splatter. Now, these are not quite finished on the side that I am flipping them from. So they are going to need to come back again. I'm going to need to turn these one more time. But right now, I'm going to turn them, because once I turn one, I want to turn all of them. And then we'll come back. So we're just, whoop, see, that almost just flopped off of there and splashed everywhere, and that would not be great. There we go. And I do always forget to do this, but I need to remember to rotate these as well, because while the heat is pretty consistent, they end up getting more cooked on one side. You can see how they're like golden on the outside and then less so on the other side. So Fluff says at the library, it's a cookbook called Barbie Cooking with Besties, 35 recipes kids can make. That's cute. That does sound, I mean, it sounds cute. Sounds fun, and also I'm curious about the recipes. Okay, my timer is just about to go off for the stock. So that'll have been 30 minutes for the simmering process. So what I'm doing, I have the timer set for 5 minutes for the latkes. I'm going to rotate those. The stock, I'm just going to leave sit for a little bit because I don't need to wait for it to cool down to start straining it. In fact, I don't really need it to cool down at all. It's because I'm just going to heat it back up again. So I'm just waiting for these to fry. These are at a medium right now. They could be a little bit hotter, but they're simmering along really nicely. I'll probably put the next ones on a little hotter, just to start out, because these first ones aren't quite finished yet on the first side that they were cooking on. So we're waiting until about 2.5 minutes remain in the fry time though, and then I'm going to rotate them so that on the other side they get browned evenly. Now, because I turned this up, they're probably not going to take 5 minutes on this side. So when I flip them, I'm pretty certain that these are going to be nicely browned and not this sort of like half cooked version that's on this side. I haven't needed the splatter guard yet, but also I'm not really noticing it, and I might. I probably would be. It would probably be better to put the splatter guard on here, but we'll see. All right, we're at about 2.5 minutes, so I'm going to rotate these so that because the interior oil is hotter. The burner is in the center of the pan, and it's a wide pan, so it gets, it circulates. It gets cooler on the outside, so they don't fry as well on the outside. All right, so these are going. We're doing pretty well here. This is the first round, so kind of like pancakes, right? When you make like a huge batch of pancakes, they don't, the first ones in the pan are never the best. I think that's always the case for latkes too, because after all, what are latkes if not potato pancakes? So these are going to be sort of the first ones out, and they're not going to be quite as perfect as later versions, but this is where we're dialing in our temperature and cook time. Well, temperature mainly. Cook time is about the same once the temperature's dialed in. So that's what we're doing currently. We're just waiting for the timer at this point. So I am throwing some of these dishes that I have in the sink into the dishwasher and the dishpan. So I'm kind of trying to stay a little bit ahead of it. Not much, but just enough. And we are about to flip these again and just give them another maybe minute on the first side. Because again, they're not quite done. Once I flip them, we'll see what they're actually like on the back side here. So I feel like they are pretty well finished. Yeah, those look great. So let's flip these, and we're going to make sure that when I flip them, I'm putting the lesser cooked portion towards the center. And then these we're going to give these about another minute or so, and they'll be ready. And then we're going to immediately start our next batch. Okay. So get those moving. I'm going to take this big bowl away so that I have a place to put these when they're finished. Addie, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, these look really good. Golden brown. Nicely cooked. Again, these are not the most perfect version yet, but the oil is that right temperature so that the next batch of these is going to be like perfect. And I think what we're going to do while these are cooking, because I don't want to just stand here and fuss over the frying, I am going to start straining my stock. So we're going to kind of give these, we're going to put another round in here, and then we'll start straining. We'll start the stock straining process, and we'll just work on that as oh, hold on, I want to salt these. We'll work on that as I go through the latkes, or as we like move through cooking more of these. So, all right, let's take, here's what I actually need to do. I need to move this tray of finished latkes off to the side and put the bowl in its place. And then we're gonna do this. There we go. So thank you. I'll take a look in a little bit here. Okay, so with these, I don't want to use my spatula for this. I'm just going to get some chopsticks so I can kind of slide these off. And yeah, that is a nice immediate sizzle. That's a really good like first pass here. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to give those, I'm going to start, there we go. Okay, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit, and now we're going to start the process of doing the stock. So we'll keep an eye on these via the overhead camera. But we're gonna bring that stock over here and start straining that. I don't need my Latka directions anymore because I am actively making them. Okay, cool. That's good. We'll keep that over there. Crouton tax. Pass the croutons and have to take one. Okay, so timer's just going for those. I set a 2.5 minute timer so that I know when to rotate them as well, not just flip them. So every 2.5 minutes, we're gonna have to do something with these latkes. All right, mind the camera because that's gonna move for a moment while I make space to lift this stock pot and migrate it to the counter. Okay, there we go. And now I can keep that there. And now I can move this tray over onto over here where the stock pot was previously sitting. And I can just start moving these latkes to the back as they are cooked. We'll drain them on the front and then move them to the back. Okay. First thing first, I need the bigger bowl, or the big bowl. I need a bowl. It doesn't even have to be clean. I just need a bowl. Because I want to take the solids out of here and just start putting them in a bowl before I toss them in the compost. Softy says, are you doing a sweet or savory topping? I'm going to do, what am I doing for the topping? We're going to do sour cream and apple butter. So a little of both. I'm also serving these with soup. So I'm going to be making a soup in a little bit. The soup is going to, be a savory soup as well. Okay, so we're just going to rotate these now to make sure they cook evenly. We'll give them another 2.5 minutes on this side, and then we'll flip. So my oil is nice and hot now. The first batch did not sizzle like that when I put them in. So these are much farther. These are going to be much further along than that first batch. Probably even a little bit burnt, and that's okay if they are, because we're just kind of dialing it in. We'll turn it down a little bit. Unnecessary silliness. I don't know. Sofa, if I'm on your son's team on this one. I don't know that silliness is ever really unnecessary. Perhaps poorly timed silliness is what they really meant to say. Missed latkes. Yeah, they're not something I make very often. But I thought about them. I was doing a test for a recipe recently, and the author was like, this recipe goes really well with cabbage. Or sorry, it was a cabbage recipe that was like, this would go really well with latkes on the side. Can I get you baby carrots? Oh, okay. I was like, that was the literal, like one of the last things I thought you were going to ask me when I came downstairs.
You like it?
Looking sporty over there, Gwen. Good job. Yeah, why? This is what happens. You start going and you know what you need, and then you're adjusting. Yeah, zucchini latkes are not the same. No, full agree. Zucchini latkes are, yeah, they're just not the same. They really aren't. All right, come on over here. We're going to make a little camera switch. We have time to flip. Okay. Time to flip. Let's see. Let's start here. What are we looking like? Oh, yeah, almost. I think these, I either need to increase the oil temp just a little bit. No, that one was perfect. Okay, so let's see how, before I rush to judgment here, let's flip all of these. Okay, and good. All right, okay. Yeah, those look beautiful. So I'm gonna do, yeah. Okay, we're just gonna keep going here. We're gonna switch back to this John. There we go. So what I'm doing with this, my first pass with the stock that I'm making here, is using a spider, this like kind of heavy, big, wide mesh utensil. It's good for deep frying, but it's also good for like this type of purpose where I don't want to run this necessarily through a strainer right away, because there's a lot of like small stuff in here, but this gets most of the big stuff. And I'm taking a spoon and sort of pressing it into the spider a little bit so I can get some of that liquid off of here, or out of here too. I'm not saving this, or I am. I mean, I'm not doing anything with the solids that are in here after I'm finished with this, after they're finished here. I am putting them in the compost, so they will end up in a, they will end up with the compost. Now, I am also not sorting out the chicken bones from here. The reason that I'm not sorting out the chicken bones, a couple reasons. One, they're very soft at this point. So they will compost quite a bit easier than like regular raw chicken bones. They've been sort of boiled and softened up. And two, they're going to be really difficult to separate out. So the fact that they are very difficult to separate out is going to, that feeds into my reasoning for the fact that they're also very soft and have been cooked and boiled. And also, I'm not putting these in a home compost. I'm putting them in a compost that is a much higher heat. They can do, they can process meat, like completely process meat in their compost, which I'm aware of because when we went to visit, that's what they told us. So, Tatsu, this is just a regular like freezer stock. I've been saving stuff, onions, carrots, mushroom caps, and stems. Garlic, chicken bones, or chicken carcass, herbs, lots of different herbs in here, a lot of dill, a lot of parsley. So this is really just sort of like a mashup of all the scraps from things that I've been cooking for the past like 2 months, probably since the last time I made stock. So this is all just a mixture of things. It's no specific recipe. I've cooked the chicken for an hour, cooked the chicken bones and chicken carcasses for an hour, and then I cooked the vegetables for about 40 minutes more. So this is almost a 2 hour stock or so. So it's not like a vegetable stock. It's not a chicken stock. It's just a big mix of things. It's soup. You could just drink this liquid right now and it would be, I mean, I didn't try it, but I'm assuming it would be delicious. I'm going to filter it. I'm going to drain it, filter it first, and then we're going to try it and see if it needs anything. Oh, there's celery in here too. There's a big celery stalk. So basically, today was just an anything that was in the fridge. There's a little bit of, there's a cheese rind in here. There's some bacon gelatin. What else did I put in here? I don't even remember what else I put in here. Welcome in, y'all. Yummy Girl, thank you for bringing friends through. Hello, Raider B, welcome. Yummy Girl, good to see you. Welcome in, y'all. I'm going to say hi here in a second. Twindrella, thank you for the shout out. We're working on some stock here. This is a food channel. Hold on. I'm doing two things at once. So let me show you what's over here on the stove. These are latkes and they are finished. So here's what we're going to do, friends. Welcome in. We're going to I'm going to change these over. We need to take these latkes out of the pan. We need to put them on this tray. So let's do that. There we go. And then I'm going to come say hi to you, but we love a fellow food and drink streamer. I'd love to know what y'all were up to. I see that you were in the food and drink category. Cool. Love it. What was streamed today? I'm also assuming that perhaps you have some cleanup to do and that perhaps you've also been streaming for a while. So if you're heading out and just dropping a lurk or just dropping friends off, we appreciate that too. No need to feel compelled to stick around. But friends, welcome in. If y'all were hanging out with us already, Yummy Girl is a fellow food and drink streamer, which is awesome, and we'd love to see that, and would love you to go support them, please, by dropping a follow, because follows are free. They are free, and they cost you literally nothing. Okay, so we have our pan. I'm going to zoom back in here and get another round of latke batter. I keep calling it dough, but it's not really dough, it's batter in here. And then we'll come back and I'm going to say hi and introduce myself as I am working through the stock. So bear with me. We're in the middle of several different things and managing time. So you'll hopefully understand when I don't drop everything to turn around and say hello immediately. Homemade funfetti cake? Hell yeah. Congrats on 1 year on Twitch. That's awesome. So it's a funfetti cake for yourself. Because hell yeah. I love making a cake for yourself. That's amazing and awesome. And you don't even need any reason to make a cake for yourself. Just because I want cake is a valid reason to make cake. You do have to take the chance to celebrate. You know, I say that, and yet I'm not a celebratory person. I mean, for myself. I love celebrating other people, though. So, okay. Timer is set. Latkes are frying. Let me wash my hand real quick so that I don't get potato all over it. Timer is going. Timer's going. Okay, cool. We got to keep the timer going. friends who just joined us, welcome in. It's really nice to have you. This is also a food channel. So everything that we do here, or for the most part, I don't want to say everything, but most of what we do here is cooking. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I've been streaming on Twitch almost 4 years now, which is wild to say. I'm a home cook, I'm a recipe developer and tester. I'm also a parent. The dad aspect of the stream is quite real. My pronouns are he, they. I'm happy that y'all have joined us. We do a lot of cooking. It's all about cooking and conversation. I do a lot of recipes and work on those live on stream. Command recipes if you're interested in seeing some of the stuff that I have published on the internet. We do a lot of vegetable forward stuff, family meals. I do baking. I do meal prep. I do random stuff like kind of what I'm doing today, which is sort of like fridge clean out things. We also do some IRL stuff if you're into that. I was out in Toronto, Woo. In Toronto over the weekend and streamed from there a couple times. But it's a good place for lurkers. If you like to lurk, you don't like to be a perceived. There's no sounds. If you follows are silent. So please feel free to hit the follow button and know that I'm not going to say hi to you or like make a big deal out of it. No alerts, no sounds, no chat messages. No one will know. We also stream multi-stream on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. And yeah, and that's about it. We got a nice community. They're kind of weird. And they're also kind. So, timer's going off. Time to rotate. So today we are doing a couple things. We're making stock, obviously. Maybe not obviously. You're like, what are you doing? What is going on here? What is this pot? We're making stock currently. We're also making latkes. These are for dinner. The stock is both for a soup that I'm going to make next, and then for future usage. We also we made croutons earlier in stream just because that was a use it up thing. I'm also planning on, although I don't know, time might get away from me today. I'm planning on making banana whip. You know, I'm going to make the banana whip. You know why I know that? Because it's stupidly easy. Also because I washed the container for it. So, all right, I already have a timer going for the next bit of this. So these are set. We're good to go. Okay, so we are working. We're balancing time. We're trying to time management is a thing too that I try to stay on top of, because if I'm doing something like today where I've got like 5 things going on, time management can quickly become an issue. How many go? I just started doing cooking streams. This is my main thing recently in the past month. Amazing. Can I invite you to join? And no pressure, and no one's going to know if you click the link in chat or not. But we have a creator club for food and drink streamers. Folks who, it's an official club. It's sponsored by Twitch. If you are a food and drink creator, you're even if you're not even an established like long-term food and drink creator, if you stream regularly and you're interested in food and drink, it's a really good resource. There's a lot of folks who also stream in food and drink there, and a lot of folks who are very happy to answer your questions over that. So like, you know, what kind of camera do you use? How do you handle this thing on stream? And then the food and drink community also does events regularly. Different like monthly events, different challenges. You can participate or not. There's no pressure. So no pressure, but if you're interested, it's a good way to sort of stay directly in touch with Twitch about food and drink. So there's my pitch. How'd I do? Okay, so I'm now like putting this into my compost bin, which is like, holy shit, my compost bin is so fucking full right now. It's like actually full. Like I might not be able to get the lid on kind of full. I need something to like press this down with. Maybe the bottom of the bowl. Yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. Yikes. That's gross. That's gross. Okay, we got to come back on over here because it is time to flip. Flip those latkes. All right. So again, we're flipping onto a spatula so we don't splatter. And moving around the pan. And you can see I've rotated these so they are evenly cooked around the edges. Also, I'd like to note how much less oil is in here right now than when I started, which is great because there was too much when I started. So now we're like in a good spot where there's just the right amount of oil. And probably after the next round, if I have like one more round, I'm going to need to put more in there. So, all right, we're still straining. So we're doing two things at once here. Today's stream is basically we're making stock, we're making croutons, we're making latkes, we're making soup, and we're making banana whip, which is like a version sort of like banana ice cream, but it's less complicated than that. You'll see, it's easy. It does, yeah, Kathy, they do. Potatoes soak up a lot of oil. Yeah, and that's what I kind of said when I was like put that first batch in. I was like, these will be. Well, I specifically did not say that they soak up oil. Thank you. That's a good note. That is also true. I'm aware that when you're frying anything, it just kind of like the oil just goes away, you know? It doesn't actually go away. It goes somewhere, but it goes not into the pan anymore. All right. So we've got, we're down into almost towards the end here. And you can't see into this pot. Now you can see into the pot. Sorry, I'm like, I should have had that camera on. Anyway, this pot has quite a bit less volume in it now. I took a lot of solids out of here, which took up a lot of space, but we still have a whole heck of a lot in here. And when I do start straining this, it's going to be a lot more left in the bottom than I think. I mean, I guess that's not accurate to say because I just told you that there's going to be a lot left in the bottom, but like, what I mean is it's always like, oh shit, I didn't realize there was that much that I didn't get out of there. Because it's all these like little pieces now. Stuff that you can't really corral super easily in a large volume of liquid. So we're about to start straining this by scooping it into a sieve. And occasionally I will strain this with a coffee filter if I really want to get it nice. I don't today, but I might strain it through a little bit of cheesecloth just to get it slightly less. Will that one work? Yeah, to get it slightly less. What's the word I'm searching for? Muddy. Okay. All I'm doing at this point is rotating. So this is a super quick one. I'm rotating because the inside of my pan here, the center portion, is hotter than the outside. And so I want these to, because I want these to cook evenly, I need to rotate them while I am doing the cooking, about halfway through, in fact. So, okay, but we're working here. We're getting through this. This is looking good. I got another couple scoops, and then I'm going to start doing the finer straining of this. I do think I want to do this in some cheesecloth, maybe like 2 or 3 layers, just in the funnel. You know what? Maybe I'll do just a straight up funnel first, and then we'll do the cheesecloth as like a second round. I think that would probably be ideal. Kathy, enjoy dinner. Smashed potatoes. Hell yeah. We'll see you soon. Next time I'm going to be live after today is going to be Thursday. Well, I was going to say I don't know what we're doing on Thursday, but I do know what we're doing on Thursday. Ideally, we're doing Cookie Club. If that doesn't happen, then we'll be doing something else. But I'll be live on Thursday. I don't know why that wouldn't happen, but you never know. Okay, so that's going to be it for the big solids. And let's get my strainer out now. And let me go. Enjoy the cleaning process. I know that can be arduous, but it is generally satisfying. We're going to use this pot for this purpose because it is larger. Again, all these pots in here are in the wrong place. Everything's out of place in here. Okay, we're gonna do. You know what? We're gonna do just a regular strain first on this, and then we'll do a cheesecloth strain if it looks like it's too much, or if it looks like it didn't get all the solids. So I'm just going to do like a one-time thing, and I'm doing this with the scoop because this pot is too heavy to lift safely. I would need a second person to like help me pour this, and Gwen's at the gym and Calvin is not going to help me with this. So, okay, let's pause for a moment because latkes are on the stove and need to get pulled. That is it for these. So let's, sorry for the bumps. Let's pull these. Actually, let's do that. There we go. We'll pull these and then we'll salt them. Yeah, perfect. Beautiful. 1, 2. My dog is down over here. Daisy, you gotta get away. You gotta get away. There's literally hot oil over here. Oh my God. Jamie, hello. Hello. Jamie, thank you for your sub. Appreciate you. Thank you for your tier 2 sub. We know what that means. Generally, it means you're very likely to win at Cookie Club. That's what that means. It's good to see you. Welcome in. We're making latkes. We're making soup. Doing all sorts of stuff today. Today is a busy day in the kitchen. Okay. Are we getting a heat wave? Well, it sure is hot here. I know that. I don't know if it's a heat wave. I don't know if it's going to turn into a wave or if it's just today, but it is hot. Yeah, it got to be like in the 20s today, which is like in the 70s. Which, you know, when it was freezing last week is a bit of a shock. It does feel a bit abrupt, I'm not going to lie. 2, 3, Yeah, 72. So yeah, it's like 72 is 22. So we're, yes, right about the same. That's what I keep my house at, 72. Well, good news is it's the coolest summer for the rest of your life. Okay, and one more. So after this, we're going to have one more batch. One more, or not one more batch, but we're going to have like another couple, maybe 2 latkes. Meanwhile, the Canadian up there in Canada, it is negative 25. Oh my God, so fun. I don't know if I could handle that for that duration of the year. I don't mind that level of cold, but for how long it sticks around, that's deep. That's very intense. Very intense. Oh my God. Yeah, I didn't. The weather patterns are wild. It's so weird you know what's really, y'all ever travel somewhere, and if you're like an adult, you're used to looking at like the weather, right? Like where you live, just like as a habit, right? And you see clouds coming in, you sort of know where they are, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, I know what's going to happen when I see that. It's weird to be somewhere where you don't have any idea, where you like see something that's happening weather-wise, and you have no idea if it's going to like hit you or not. Like I was just up, you know, just up north, and I was like, it was just a totally different like pattern of clouds and weather and like movement. You know, I can look at the map here in Philadelphia and be like, oh, I know what that's going to do. Or not really going to do, but like things move in a consistent way here. And when you don't know what that consistent way is, when you're somewhere new, it's very disconcerting. It can feel really weird. Okay. That is looking good. Now, I'm also going to end up with a lot of extra stock today. This isn't all going to be soup. Obviously, this is way too much for one batch of soup. Unless I was like doing a lot with the soup, you know? Unless I was, I mean, it could be fine for one batch of soup, but that would be a hell of a lot of soup. I am just making stock for the purpose of having a bunch left over, and then we'll use some of it tonight. So, text, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to ya. Croutons, welcome. Hello, hello. All right, this is, now it's not draining. There's too much in the bottom of here to drain consistently. So let's tap that out. Tap that directly onto the floor, which I just did. And time to rotate these latkes. Okay, come on over to the stove here for a moment. And we're gonna rotate these as they are halfway through their first side. Rotating. Make sure we get an even cook. There we go. And then my timer is already going for that, because I set, at the beginning of this process, I set a timer for both 6 minutes, 5 minutes, and one for 2.5 minutes. So like the first one goes off, I switch, and then I don't need to set a second one. That's big brain right there, as the kids say. So, Call it Redeem, catch me up. Oh my God, what have I even done today? let's see. What did we do today? Well, we started stream. I'm going to disappear for just a second and not actually disappear, but I'm going to wipe the floor because otherwise Daisy's going to get to it at some point. And she's going to be over here eating like crumbs off the floor and it's going to be awful. Okay, we got it. So we started stream today by figuring out what stream is going to be. Then once we did that, we are moving confidently. We started out by making the stock, or we started with the stock, put chicken in here, cook the chicken for an hour, put vegetables in there, cook the vegetables for somewhere between 45 minutes. Now we're straining that. I made croutons. Made croutons out of extra chicken, leftover chicken fat, as well as a bunch of bread that I had both in the fridge and in the freezer. BT dub, that's by the way, in shorthand. Today is like a fridge clean out day. We're just like, the onions from the pantry, the garlic from the pantry, the vegetables from the crisper, everything that could get cleaned out of the fridge is like coming out and going in something. It's either going in the stock or I'm making latkes from the potatoes. I'm making soup out of some of these things. So I've got I roasted some cabbage, I roasted some mushrooms, I have some onions, I have leftover roasted garlic. That was from some cookies. So it's basically just like cook everything day. We're straining the stock. We're finished the croutons. We're almost finished the latkes. Going to make the soup. And then we also roasted some bananas to ripen them. And now those have been in the freezer for hours at this point. So they're being turned into banana whip in just a little bit. That's a recipe I'm writing and I'm working on. So it's I'm going to do some measurements around it. But the banana whip itself, super, super easy to make. So that's where we're at on stream today. Where we are right now is I need to come back over to the stove and flip these. These are ready to be flipped. So we're going to do that. And then I'm not going to replace the oil in here. I'm not going to add more oil because I only have like 2 more latkes to cook. Basically 2 more latkes worth of batter. And I don't want to mess with my oil at this point. These are looking good. I think the oil will be fine. They're going to cook up just great. And these are basically ready to go. So starting one timer, starting the other timer. And now we're going to come back over and finish our straining. Now, today's also a use every dish day. So it's how it goes sometimes. I was expecting to be able to use the large bowl that I have the latke batter in, but I don't have that available, so we're not. We are going to use all 3 of the large pots today. And that's okay, because I'm not doing anything that's really dirtying these or making them really difficult to wash. These can just get rinsed out in the sink and they'll be fine. And this is now at a level where I can just pick it up and pour it out. And now what I am going to do is pour these one more time into this big pot. I'm going to scoop the solids out of the bottom of that. So if you look in there, we only have a little bit of solids left over. I'm going to wipe those out. I'm going to rinse this just with the in the sink just to get the debris out. I'm not going to clean it. And then we're going to filter these back into here. I'm going to put some cheesecloth on the inside of this strainer, and then we're just going to strain this again with this strainer one more time. But I don't have to scoop. I can just pour because this is plenty. Both of these pots have liquid in them, and they're small enough that I can pick them up. So we're in that phase of things. All right, we have about 30 seconds. Let me move some stuff out of the sink so I can rinse this big pot, and then I'll be doing that. Before I do that, we're going to end up having to rotate. We're going to have to rotate these latkes in about 30 seconds here. So just enough time to start the rinsing process for these two pieces of equipment. Just going to put this back in there because that can just sit there. All right, pause. Timer is going off. Come on back over to the stove here for a moment. And we are just rotating for even cooking. And now, once these are 2.5 more minutes, we will be, we'll pop our last round in, and then we'll be done with both the, no, we're not gonna be done with the stove. I was gonna say then we'll be done with the stove and the oven, when in fact, I lied. We will be done with neither, because we're going to use the oven to keep the latkes warm, because we're not eating them yet. Okay, let me get the chicken bones out of here, and then the rest I can just, there we go. Okay, now this pot, I'm just gonna rinse off in the sink, and then we're gonna do one final strain, and then we'll be ready to make our soup and our banana whip. So I think we are going to take, once the latkes are finished, and once I'm finished straining this soup, before I hit reset on the last two things that we're doing today, we are going to take a quick break, which means that we're going to play a game of words on stream. So just a heads up that that will be coming on Twitch at some point shortly. We'll run a 3-minute ad during that time, and then we'll come back and do both the soup and the banana whip. And won't that be a delight? Okay. So this is rinsed but not clean. Doesn't need to be clean. Again, just needs to be rinsed. Cheesecloth is somewhere up here. All right, this is embarrassing, so maybe don't look at me. Okay, we got it. I'm just short, okay? All right. So cheesecloth is good. I think I'm also finished with my compost bin. Yeah, I'm finished with this compost bin, because anything else that needs composting can wait until next week, because holy shit, it's so full. Okay. Cheesecloth is, I'm just going to do a little bit of this in the bottom of my strainer. So that's one. Let's do a second. We'll do a two-layer cheeseclothing. There we go. Okay. So this should be fine. I'm just gonna layer this in. That's gonna get nice and sticky and stuck in there once it starts getting liquid on it. So that's good. We got that in there. All right, time to what? What's next on these? Time to take these out. Okay, we're gonna come on back over to the stove. We got just a few more stove trips at this point. We're gonna take the latkes out of the pan, put them on the tray, a little tray that I've got going on here. Kind of give them a little shake. A little of that, a little of that, a little of that. And then I need to put some salt on here. I've been really good about salting each of these. I'm pretty proud of myself. Sometimes that's a thing that I forget. But these turned out looking really wonderful. I'm quite happy with them. And once I got that first round dialed in, they ended up being really straightforward to do. So let's get some salt on these while they're still a little hot. And then we'll get these last, just gonna put that right there and there. Okay, then we're gonna get these last ones into the pan. Come on back over here. And we got about 2, maybe 3 more of these, possibly 3 worth of dough. 1, 2, and last one, 3. Yeah, now these are a little more splattery than the other ones because this was the last batter in the pan and it's a little bit wet. So, setting a timer. Setting a timer. All right, timer is set for the latkes, and we should be just about ready to do our straining. So we have our cheesecloth here ready to go, and then our pot o' gold. Just going to strain that right through. There we go. Beautiful. Oop, hold on. Came loose on the side. Wonderful. And this is just going right through. I'm just trying to catch any final solids that have accumulated here. Mostly you get those towards the end. Yeah, there they come. Here they come. Okay. Yeah, it gets like silty towards the end. So we're gonna hold off on finishing pouring that because that's just got like the silt left in it. Now this one is a little clearer up top, so this should go pretty quick. All right. We'll lift this up a little bit. We have basically like a diaper in the bottom of here. And maybe not the best analogy, but like it's kind of accurate. It's just catching the last of the bits here. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Perfect. All right, we got a little bit of liquid left, just like a touch left in here. That is basically like the sandy bits on the bottom. So we're gonna move that off to the side, and we now have, hold on, I gotta spin these latkes. We're doing quite the dance this afternoon, getting all of this stuff done at the same time, because this is like, I've been good about been real good about resetting that timer. That's for damn sure. All right, there, almost there. Timer's still going on that one. So, okay, we have our stock finished. This is finished, filtered, and ready to go. Let's get the counter wiped off. And then what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to take a bunch of it and put it into quart containers so that it just starts cooling off. This is strained and ready to go. It looks really lovely. I want to taste this actually. Let's get like a little like taste going, and I think this should be good taste wise, but I want to confirm. I just put it in a little ceramic dish so it'll cool off quicker. That is lovely. Just a little bit more of that. It's not too salty. It's not too peppery. It's not too much of anything. So it's a good base. That's what I want. Just totally like a good palette to start from. Okay, I'm gonna have to flip those latkes in just a second. So we're gonna keep our focus here for just a few more minutes until we are ready to stop cooking, stop frying on the stove. Okay, so I am gonna fill a bunch of these quart containers. I may end up using some of these. I'm basically gonna take all of that stock and put it out of the take it out of the pot. I'm going to use some of it. Sorry, my scoop is over here. I'm going to use some of it this evening, but I'm going to package all of it right now, and then we'll pull what I need to from the packaging. So I'm just going to use a pint container to fill these too, because it's a lot quicker than that scoop. And we'll top them off with the scoop. Okay. But let's just start with this. Oh, hold on. Need to flip those latkes. All right, come on back to the stove. Right. Now these ones are a little overdone because they are, there's less in the pan. So I'm just going to do those for 2 minutes, and then we'll rotate, and then we'll do 2 more minutes after that, and then we'll be finished. All right. Yeah, Croutons, I have the ladle here, but like this is quicker to fill as many of these as I want to fill. And I will use the ladle at the end. If I need to like top these off, I'll kind of work on it in that way. But this is just a bit more efficient time-wise, as the ladle only scoops half of what this scoops. There we go. We're working on it. This is a lot of stock, but usually when I make stock, it ends up being quite a bit because I'm using basically 3 gallons worth of material inside of the thing, and it ends up being a lot. When you use that much to start with, you end up having to put a lot of water in just to cover it up, and that ends up being stock. So it looks really nice though. The color, I'm very happy with the color of everything. So like I said, I am going to end up doing taking a couple of these and just dumping them right back into a pot. But I think that's totally fine. All right, we're gonna flip these latkes, and then we're almost there. We got basically. Oh no, we don't have to flip them. Sorry, we have to turn them. Turn them. 2 minutes, we'll be finished frying. I'm going to turn that pan off right now because that is basically done. That is pretty much finished. It's going to stay hot until well after I am finished with those latkes. We can turn the heat off at this point. So now we're moving on to filling quart containers, or sorry, pint containers. So usually when I make stock like this, I do an even mix of pints and quarts. That way I can put six cups basically worth of liquid into a vacuum seal bag. I can put 1 quart container, 1 frozen quart, and 1 frozen pint into a vacuum sealed bag, and that ends up being like the right amount of liquid for soup. When I cook, like when you cook with stock, like boxed stock, it's 4 cups. Like a box of that, a box of stock that you buy in the grocery store is 4 cups. So essentially I'm packaging, that plus a half again. But that ends up being just right, because when you cook a recipe, often it'll have like a box of stock plus like 2 cups of water or something like that. So I like to just have 6 cups is like the right amount of liquid for me when I am packaging these. So that means 1 pint, 1 quart. Timer's going off. Latkes are finished. Finished. Okay, so we gotta just move some of these to the back, and we're gonna come right like that. Take these out of the pan and pop them over here. We're gonna salt them, and then we're done with this pan. We're gonna move this pan to the back of the stove and let the oil cool off. Do I need these ladles anymore? No, I do not. I am finished with that oil too. This oil, it was on its 2nd round, so it's done now. Is this hot? Too hot? Not quite. Okay. Move the oil back. And then, okay, this is still clean. We're good to go. Okay. My splatter guard I can put back. So I'm finished with the stock. It's done. It's ready to go. I'm going to take, like I said, six cups worth of this. Let's actually do, I'm going to do two quarts, because I'm going to make like extra soup. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. So of all the stock that I just made, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on. That's 28 cups plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 38 cups worth of stock. 38 cups of stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.5 quarts of stock. That's a lot of stock, y'all. 9.5 quarts worth of stock. All right, let's get my soup things over here ready to go. So soup is I'm staging my soup over here. We're going to put these off to the side to cool down. I don't want these in the refrigerator just yet. We're going to hold off on that. But we'll put these I'll put these right here and just move them off to the side because I don't have anywhere else to put them at the moment. All right. Move that, move my pepper back over here. This we're going to use again. So I'm getting set up now. I'm going to set up for soup and banana whip. I think we're going to do the soup first because that is the thing that's like a little uncertain. And then the banana whip I'm going to do last because it requires a little bit of measuring and is honestly a little easier. And the soup can just be hot on the stove. So I also want to put my latkes. I want to show you these. So here we have a big tray. A big tray of latkes. Come on over. Come on over, and I'll give you a look at these. Here they are. This is a big tray of latkes that I just made. They all look pretty good. Nice and some of them are a little browner than the others, but I'm gonna pop these in the oven. The oven is warm, so I don't need to turn the oven on, I don't think. But let's try one of these like as it is, right? Still warm. From the fryer. So good. Crispy and oily, salty. Still not enough pepper. Like legit. There's still not enough pepper in here. I should write that on the recipe. Note to self. More pepper. Okay. I'm going to spread these out just a little bit. No? Now that they're done, I will pop these in the oven. Again, the oven is just warm. I'm actually going to turn the oven on because it's cold. It's not as warm as it was. 170. Okay. I'm going to make a couple notes on this latke recipe because, again, I always use the same recipe. And caretaker, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks for coming through. 3 if doubling. doubling. And then okay. Made some notes for myself. That way I'll remember next time. Extra egg. More egg, more pepper. Okay. And let's get these croutons packed up too. That way I can like do some dishes, like work on the dishes and get as much as through them as possible. Okay. We really need to like load the dishwasher. That's the priority right now. Just moving stuff out of the sink. So, croutons and latkes for our soup. Croutons, these croutons, just in general, are like a snack. Like, I will eat these just straight out of this container, right out of the fridge. Like, no other need. Like, you can just eat croutons. It's okay. Perfect. That was literally the perfect amount of croutons to make. Amazing. Okay. I'm going to get my food processor set up now for the banana whip, and then we actually are going to take a quick break. I'm getting myself set up so I can do the dishes and then immediately just like start the next thing, not have to do any more like triaging of things on the counter. That's the goal. Yes, I'm with you 100%. Croutons are just cube crackers. Yeah, basically. I mean, they are. They really are. Like, they're fine. Like, they're delicious. Just eat them. Okay. Those are good. I'm going to need that in a few minutes, but that's okay. We're going to put this oil away because I don't need it anymore. I'm not going to save the oil in this pan, but I'm not doing anything with it right now because it's still very hot. I am going to... Okay, I think... The only thing I'm going to need for the soup that's not out is the blender. And I can just get that out. I don't need that to be out on the counter in this moment because the soup isn't even hot yet. So totally. Croutons, bowl of soup, the best. Like legit. One of my favorite things. Very underrated soup topping, if I'm like calling it like I see it. I'm glad you all agree. I've like mentioned croutons, my love of like croutons on soup to people before, and they've been like, what do you mean? I'm like, what do you mean? What do I mean? Like, what's wrong with you? I'm not the weird one. You are. You're weird for never having heard of it. How about that? Okay. Do you want to see something horrendous? Take a look at the sink. But not that. All that. There's like bowls on bowls over here. It's brutal. Okay, we're going to take a quick break though. I know. We're going to take a quick break and fix that. When we come back from that break, we're going to make the soup and then we're going to do banana whip. During the break, we're going to play a game of Words on Stream. Words on Stream is a Scrabble-esque guessing game. If you're on Twitch, you're going to see some letters at the top of the screen. You type words from those letters into chat and hit enter, and eventually, we make some words. If you are on YouTube, we can't play Words on Stream, and I'm sorry. But if you're on YouTube, you don't get an ad. So if you're on Twitch, we're going to get a 3-minute ad. I'm sorry about that. It is a great time to get up, get yourself a drink, a snack, maybe stretch your legs, maybe have a good cry. It's also a good time if you are new to stream. A couple notes. One, follows are silent. There's no sounds, no alerts, there's no chat messages, and I won't say hi to you if you hit the follow button. It's a great time. Words is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. So if you are worried and anxious about, like I am, when you have not chatted in a new channel before, I promise you that if you chat for the first time during Words on Stream, I will not call you out for it, and I won't make a big deal. So, okay, we're gonna play a game of Words on Stream. Here that comes. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch, and we'll be right back. And I'm gonna get to these dishes.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
So we got all of the dishes. That could be all the dishes that could possibly be in the house, or like here. It's kind of intense. But at least I don't need anything from the sink for the rest of stream. All of this is just like needs to get clean eventually, but it's not like I need it to finish today's work. So that's a bonus, I suppose. Just gonna wash some of these big dishes because then they'll be dry later and I can put them away for doing all the small ones after stream. We have a strategy. Hey! Nice. Very nice. We love a board. Okay. We are working. All right. Oh shit. Hello. Hello. Girly Sam, welcome in. Moose Cubes, hello. Venomous Cow Shard, nice to see you. Princess Luna, hello. Something Organic, nice to see you. Welcome. Welcome. We are in the middle of a game of words on stream. Hey, y'all, if you're an anxious person like me, it's a really good time to get your first time chat out of the way. Because we're playing words on stream. We were just running an ad. Moldy Gatorade, welcome in. We'll be back in just a moment, and I will introduce myself. Myself? What the fuck? Myself. I'll introduce myself. It's Pirate Tuesday, don't you know? I'm just kidding. It's not. That's not a thing. Anyway, we're playing a game of words on stream. I was running an ad. It looks like that's over. Did we get a board or no? Was that not a board? Oh, it was a board. Okay. So, friends who just joined us, we have a thing where when we finish a board on our words on stream, we do another. So we are in fact going to do that because that's what we do. That's how it goes. I can't take that away. So instead, we're going to do one more board and maybe do well at it. Who knows? But anyway, I'm going to introduce myself in just a second. But suffice it to say, we're back from our ad now. Thank you for joining us. If you were hanging out during the ad and are on Twitch, I appreciate you waiting. I am very pleased that we have some new friends here. For those who are not in the know, the Zachary Mike is a dear friend of stream, frequent friend of stream. Zach is not a cook, in fact, although they may indeed enjoy cooking in some capacity, but not food specific, not food creation content, but more like Zach does a lot of reacts. Zach does a lot of community involvement. Zach does karaoke too, which is like, oh my God, I can't even imagine. I would be mortified. So we are always happy to see Zach and the folks from Zach's stream here. Please go follow. I saw that Sofla put a link to YouTube in chat as well. Zach has a very popular YouTube channel, and that's where they make the real money. So just go follow there. Anyway, we're playing a game of words on stream. Apparently, we're doing very well at it. So this is good. I always do dishes during words on stream. We're going to play another one because, again, it's tradition. That's what we do. When we have a board, when we get a board, we keep going. So I usually, when there's a raid, I like to come back and say hi and be like, oh, hey, blah, blah, blah. I'm Lou, and here's what we're doing. However, you caught us with our words out, and that's what's happening right now. So I am doing dishes because this is a literal, for real cooking stream, and we will be back to both cooking and intros in just a moment here. Zach, if you got to go and you got walks to take and things to do, I appreciate you bringing friends through. Please don't feel obligated to stay. If you do stay, obviously, you're more than welcome, and we love your presence, but understood that when stream ends, usually it's fucking over. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We have a little bit more cooking to do today, so we're going to be a little longer than usual, so you're in for a treat or the worst thing ever. I don't even know. Speaking of the worst thing ever, how's this board going? I'm not making fun of you. I'm not participating in any capacity in words on stream. I'm just seeing the disaster unfolding. I'm kind of enjoying it, not gonna lie. I think it's pretty funny. Because sometimes it gets real difficult. Anyway, I love that y'all have been doing so well because I'm almost finished. I'm done way more dishes than I thought I was going to be. I washed all the big pots, y'all. I washed all of the large pots, like all of them. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Okay. Here we go. Last guesses. All right, I think it's over. I'm pretty sure that's not a board. No. The game's like, I'm disappointed in you. Fuck you, game. You don't get to be parents. All right. Game over. You lost. Yeah, but we didn't lose, though. We, did really well and got to a level that was very hard. So, let's reframe. Friends who joined us, welcome in. I'm here now. Typically, during Words on Stream, I'm starting a new thing where, if you do a first-time chat during Words on Stream, I'm not going to, acknowledge it and say hi because I like when people have the ability to chat for the first time and feel like they're still a little bit anonymous. So, if you were chatting and saying hi and wanted my attention during that time, please feel free to say hello again. I would love to say hi to you. If, in fact, you were just playing Words on Stream and don't really give a shit, that's fine too. It's nice to have you. Becca, congrats on your Cookie Club entry for check-in. Hello. I watched that dinosaur documentary. It's like a fucking documentary about dinosaurs. It was millions of years ago. It's not a documentary. It's an animated show. Anyway, I watched the dinosaur thing that Morgan Freeman narrated recently, and man, I could listen to that man talk. Anyway, welcome in, y'all. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I am a recipe developer. I'm a parent. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm really happy that y'all have joined us. Stream's all about cooking. We do a lot of meal prep. We do some use it up meals, which is like today. We do our, we do baking. We do meal prep. What else do we do? Well, I do a lot of vegetable forward family meals, and I do quite a bit of recipe development on stream. Command recipes if you want to see those and find things to make in your own kitchen that I have personally developed and tested myself, most of which I did on stream. Chat is enthusiastic about the culinary world. They're kind of weird, but also very kind. We love lurkers. It's a good place to be if you just want to chill and have some background noise. When chat is inactive, I will fill the sound the gaping void of silence with the sound of my voice describing things that I'm doing, as well as my inner monologue, which is occasionally horrifying, occasionally embarrassing, but usually kind of mundane. Jamie, I heard it. I heard it when you said it. You don't hear it. Did anyone else hear Morgan Freeman speaking just there? Because it's coming out of my computer, which means that it's going through. No. Oh. Okay, did y'all hear the meow that just happened? Interesting. Okay, so you heard the meow, but not the thing. Pause. Let's make sure audio output device is, let's make sure that my audio output device from SpeakerBot is set to be the same audio output device that application default. Okay, so something might have just changed in SpeakerBot, which is Vio. Hold on, voice meter Vio 3. Don't get distracted. Voice meter Vio 3. Okay. Save. Hold on.
Hi.
Okay. Did y'all hear Morgan say hi? Okay, yes. All right, cool. Yeah, cool. So tier 2 subscribers get free text-to-speech.
Finally.
There it goes. See, okay. It was a setting. I had messed up a setting. I messed up a setting. It should also say, hey, listen. So hold on. Let's do stream dump. Yeah, it didn't say, hey, listen. So that's because it's because it's not set up. Okay. Here's what we've done today. We have made stock. We made what, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.5 quarts of stock. So that's 38 cups of stock. It's a lot of stock. We made stock. We made croutons. We made latkes. Where are the latkes? They're in the oven. They're staying warm. I was fucking panicked. I don't know if you caught how panicked I was in that moment. We made latkes. We are going to make, hold on. So I can check things off. We made latkes, done. All right, so we're gonna make some soup right now. The soup is the soup is a real straightforward little thing that is not a recipe. It's not a Gatorade squirt. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate you. All one word, Jamie. all one word. Hot soup. We're gonna make soup. This is super straightforward. Oh. We're gonna do onion. We're gonna fry some onion. Then we're going to basically put the liquid in. We're gonna. I roasted some cabbage. I also roasted some mushrooms. Where are they? They're right here. They're literally fucking in front of me. There's mushrooms and cabbage. I have some roasted garlic already. I'm probably going to put some beans in here. I know. Sorry, not sorry. What kind of beans do we want? Cannellini. Yeah, we're gonna do some cannellini beans in here. Those are all going to get blended together into like a puree. So, Liz, I am still here. We do not have karate tonight, so today is just like a straight up stream, normal stream time type of situation. Come on, turn on. Calvin is enjoying his iPad. I am finishing the things that I wanted to finish today. So that's what we're doing. Soup is going to be really easy. Should be really easy. Like this is the only thing that needs to like cook. Everything else is already cooked or just needs to be warmed through. So this should be very, very straightforward. And then we're going to make banana whip after that, which is also very, very straightforward. So I saved the two easiest things for last, knowing myself and knowing sort of like, you know, where stream might go today. Anyway, we are indeed here still. We did a lot today though. Oh shit, we still need to do the cookie club drawing. Okay, it's fine. I can do that. We can do that because I'm ready for it. I'm literally ready for it. Remember earlier in stream when I was like, I'm going to get caught up and I'm not going to want to do these later. I'm not going to want to like cut all these entries later. Here we are later. And guess what? I don't want to cut them and I'm glad I did. Okay, so let's come over to the stove again real quick. We're going to come fry some onions up and then we'll be basically that's kind of it. That's the only real work that has to happen with this particular dish. So these are basically just half of an onion, half of a large onion. Yeah, Velos, I was really like earlier, I was like, you know, I'll just save these for later. And then I was like, you know what you hate doing later? This thing that you have time to do right in this moment and should probably do right in this moment. And I did, and I'm glad I did. The other thing with this soup is everything that I have that's going in here, both the cabbage and the mushrooms and the stock are already seasoned. So we have relatively quick turnaround time to do this. So I think what we'll do the cookie club drawing kind of last because the soup will be ready to eat. The latkes are ready. They're in the oven. They're staying warm. And the banana whip, I'm just going to like finish and pop that in the fridge in the food processor. So Jamie, is the time getting to me? Not quite. It is in the morning when it's dark, but like, I guess right now it is because my body is not telling me that it is 19:08 right now, 7:08 p.m. Just like the light is not reading like that to me. The light is sort of, as I keep looking up and glancing over at the window, the light is basically like, you're fine, it's 6 o'clock. So, yeah. Persephone says, sometimes our brains remember to do the thing that we hate to do when we have time to do it. Yeah, I hadn't gotten started. Like, stream hadn't really kicked off yet. And when I say kicked off, I mean I was like an hour into stream. I hadn't started doing any cooking yet. So I was like ready. I was like about to start doing things. And then I was like, wait, no, do this thing that takes less than 5 minutes that you hate doing. I don't hate doing it. Y'all, I bought a new printer. I got a brand new printer. I got the cheapest printer I could buy. The literal cheapest printer. And it works. So I'm pretty happy. All right. we got fried onions. Those are ready to go. Let's put this garlic in here. It's the ink that gets me. I know, right? Yeah, and it definitely does. It's really like, it's really kind of awful. I didn't look at like the ink or what it costs or any of the like the upkeep of this particular printer. I just saw that it was fucking $50 cheaper than the other ones and was like, okay, I'm sold. All right, so this looks good. Putting these beans in here now. We're gonna season those. Jamie, if I could have gotten one for free, I would have taken that too. It is always the ink. I totally agree. I'm like 100%. And I never know what ink to get either. Every time I've ever had to get ink for the printer, I've had to Google the printer that I have. I've had to like look up the printer that I have. Because Lord knows I don't know what fucking model it is. I have a picture of it on my phone. Angry Rook, hello. Can you refill them now? I haven't looked into that in a while. I've had them refilled before, and I've gotten ones that were like, I've had ones that were like aftermarket, like non-branded ones, and like they didn't work. Exactly, Shart. Yeah, you can't buy the knockoffs either. They're just like, no, sorry. You have to buy the one from our brand. FUHP. Okay, there's a bunch of roasted garlic in there. Beautiful. Okay. So this is going to be a really savory soup. Fix the check-ins. Well, kind of. I messed up the check-ins. What I figured out what happened, Angry Rook. I was using a database, a bot database that was like 3 months old. And it ended up being, that I was just using like an old database. Okay, so I'm popping mushrooms in here now. So everyone's check-ins were off, and the people who had not the people who had started doing check-ins in that 3 months had like all reverted to 0. So essentially I need to go back. Well, I'm going to look at the chat logs from those streams and make sure I know who checked in and add those check-ins to the tally on this computer that I'm using right now. Jamie, I think you might be able to do like check-in count or something, or like my check-ins. I forget exactly what the command is. I know there's a command to check that, but I don't know what it is, if I'm being real honest with you. So this is roasted cabbage, and I'm just cutting it up a little bit because it's already cooked. I'm cutting it up. Yep. I'm cutting it up so I can, because I'm going to blend all of this together. So I don't really care what this looks like right now. I'm just sort of like making it small. Okay. Yeah, there we go. This is looking good. Shart, you got a printer that doesn't do cartridges. Beautiful. I would love a laser printer, but that wasn't in the cards. They were very expensive. 45 minutes. 30 minutes. 45. Probably be finished by 8. I'm making this soup. I'm talking to Gwen. I'm making this soup, and I'm going to do the banana whip after that. because I want to, because I've been looking forward to it all day. But like, I'm still working through it. So, and I have the cookie club drawing too. So 45 minutes, I would say, is probably about right. Yeah, Angry Rook, it was low for everybody. Like everyone's check-ins were off. So it wasn't just you. Yeah, Velas, with the oh, congrats. Glenn walked 3 miles at the gym. It might be under commands. If you do like commands, it might tell you what that is. I'm not sure. I'd like a command that does the counters, that tells you what access you have. No, it's not in there. The counters are not in. Okay, because the counters are okay. I know why. So none of the counters are in there. Okay. Kind of annoying, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Yeah, it's. I know it exists. I just can't. I can't fathom it off the top of my head. I'm gonna drink a little bit of this. As I said, I know that it exists. I can't think of what it would be. I can look. It might actually not exist, honestly, but let me take a look real quick. Okay, we're gonna come back over here while that comes to a simmer. Let's see, check-ins. It would be under counters. Okay, it doesn't exist. Hold on. If you want to hold on for a second, I can create it. Let's see. Get user specific. What is that? Chat count? No. Check-in. Get user specific. No, I would need to yeah, I would need to do some digging to figure that out. There's like 4 pieces of code that need to happen with that. So okay, that's the one to delete. Let me table this though. CH my check-ins. Command my check-ins. Get user specific, user redeemer, persisted global. What is the persisted check-in? Hold on. Let me go back and find. I can create this actually pretty quick. Here we go. Okay. Angry Rook. I'm just looking at the no, that's not going to work. Has anyone not checked in today? If that would be easier to like see instead of digging for this. All right. Check in. Oh, check in user counter. Okay, let's try get specific user counter. Destination variable. User get a global variable, add it to the arguments, user counter. Okay. Default value. Okay. Get user specific, user type Twitch. User has sent user counter has checked in times okay. Try typing, hold on, what do I want this to say? My check-ins, permissions, normal, check-ins. Okay, try using, hold on, don't do anything. Yeah, okay, don't put that in chat. Okay, I need to add one argument to this. Check-in, get global check-in. Okay, I need to copy and paste sub action. Okay, get global check-in. Yeah, don't put that in chat because that might clear your check-ins. I don't care if it clears mine, but I don't want it to mess up anyone else's check-ins. User. Okay. Okay, get global check-in to global check-in, get switch user type, user counter. Okay. And I want this to be a message user counter. Okay. Sorry, we're I want to paste that sub action. I know this is like super exciting. Get global check-in to global check-in. Divided States, welcome in. Hello. Oh, did I not? Hold on. Am I just that? Am I just that? Hold on. First off, I need to check in. Then I need to, oh, it says I have 88, so that's good. Okay, that's not going to work. We're almost simmering. Checked in user counter times. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I mean, it might, but it's not. I need to figure out a better query. Variant source user. Okay, let's change that and no. Okay. I will figure this out. I will figure this out at another time. Yeah, Dr. Hex Mikey, what I'm trying to figure out, or not figure out, the bot that I use is, I use StreamerBot, and it has a whole bunch of different like variables that you can set. Check-ins is a specific variable that I have created. So basically I'm trying to figure out the query, because this is like super off the rails. But it's a persisted user variable that I need to query that I'm not sure what the right thing to query is. So I have variable command triggered Twitch message. Who triggered it? Edit that's a me. And then, okay, there it is. User counter. So I should be able, hold on. When someone chats, you can inspect the action that just happened. User has checked in blank counter times. Okay, so let's try. Oh, I have to enable it. Sorry, this is super boring, but like it's one of those things where fuck. Why? It just said the fucking thing. Okay, hold on. What value is passed when I do this? Oh, it's asking. Okay. Got it. Okay, I got it now. Check-in. I want to get the global value of the check-in. First, I want to get the global. Then yes, the soup is definitely simmering. I'm going to get the global. Then I don't want to decrement, or I don't want to increment it. I just want to get it and go to global check-in. Then I want to get the global, check-in global. Check-in, global check-in. If user counter matches regex. If, okay, user type Twitch, user checked in, user counter. Okay, let's try that one more time. No. Okay, I need to figure this out more. Okay, we're just disabling that. for now, and we're going to move along. I promise you that I will work on that because now I'm curious, and it is a simple, I know that it will be a simple solution. I just don't know. I don't have the right language for it, and I don't want to continue testing it in real time. So I also, because we're already like a little sensitive around the check-in situation, I don't want to mess anything up. So frankly, I want to, it is Phoenix. That's exactly what it's doing. What it needs to do is query the global check-in variable that, the global check-in variable also has a sub-variable that is also called my user counter. So it's the same, it's using the same language for two separate things. And so you're right, it is using, what I need to do is get it to populate the value for user counter for the check-in and not the my check-ins. But I don't know exactly, I know how to do that, but I don't want to go through the exercise of having to figure that out in real time in this moment. But you're correct. That is Phoenix, that is exactly what it's doing. Okay, so we're gonna do a little blend here, and once this is blended, it'll be ready to go. This is a this is a long blend situation, I believe, because cabbage is kind of, cabbage can be kind of tough. So fluff. Seriously. I mean, funny, and also, yes. We're using a very different blender from the results of the hot soup command. So just like a little heads up, we are doing things differently than that situation. We're gonna blend this, and then I'm gonna need to blend a second batch of this. So I am gonna need to dirty one of the pots that I literally just cleaned. Anyway, once we do that though, this is we're pretty much finished here today. Like the banana ice cream is super easy, and then the cookie club drawing again also is easy. And then we'll be out of here. But not quite there yet. I'm just gonna finish this. Let's see. I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna put a towel over it, a dirty towel. We're gonna wipe the front of this blender first, actually. I just spilled soup all down the front of it. Okay, so let's blend a dirty towel over the top here. And we're gonna power on, and we're just gonna do a pulse to kind of knock everything down. And then we're gonna blend. Yeah, I do. I have it. This is vented. This blender I've done hot soup in plenty of times now, so I'm not concerned about this blender. Okay, let's see how that came out. Is this blended? Yeah, it's pretty blended. Blended enough. So that was round one. Darlene on YouTube says, "You like my lemon towel, thank you." I like this towel too. This towel, for a long time, I considered a good towel, and I wouldn't use it for like stuff that was going to get it like stained or really messy or awful. But like, why? The blender was free. That blender was free, Jamie. And I think about that all the time when I use this blender, about how I didn't have one. And then my neighbors who were moving to India, specifically, were just getting rid of all of the things at their house. And they had this blender out front, just like for the trash. And I was like, yoink. Came with all the accessories, came with literally everything. Now, I did get rid of, is this too hot to hold? Yes, it is. Woo! Yes, it is. I did get rid of the food processor attachment to it because it was uncleanable. Like, it was foul. Like, it was really bad. And I was like, this is just gross. And I have a food processor, so I don't need that from this scenario. So I got rid of it. But the other pieces I did keep, I kept, and they were kind of nice, honestly. Okay. I'm going to do that one more time, and then we'll finish with the soup. Well, not finished. I'm going to taste it and see if it's any good. That's important. All right, muting the mic, music. Okay, we are finished with the blending. Now, I think I probably would like to blend this a little longer, if I'm being honest. Maybe I probably want to blend this for about 5 minutes total, but I don't have the patience for that right now. And I think that it's fine as is. Now, I just want to make sure that it tastes fine. The only adjustments that we're going to make here are possibly salt and pepper. Maybe a little bit of something else if it springs to mind immediately. But otherwise, we're going to move on to our banana whip, and that will be super quick. That will genuinely be very quick. So, let's taste this and just see how things are before I put this on the stove and put the lid on it. And yeah, wouldn't even have blended it, Pillow says. Yeah, I just didn't want a big mouthful of cabbage, if I'm being real honest. 9, the immersion blender is great. I have an immersion blender. It would take a half an hour to blend this with that immersion blender. Mine is really crappy. So, like, to be fair, mine is not a good one. Yeah, I really do, like, that would be better blended longer, but it's really good. Now, that is really good. I'm very happy with that. Needs salt. That's going to go well with the latkes. Not spicy, just like flavor. We got mostly cabbage, but some beans and broth. The broth in there is really good, and I am happy with how this turned out. So this is ready to go. That's dinner. Dinner is fully ready now, by the way. Like, we could eat right this moment. But we're gonna make dessert. You wanna see how quickly dessert comes together? Dessert is banana whip. Banana whip is a blend of bananas, heavy cream, and vanilla extract. This is going to take twice as long as it would usually take because I'm going to weigh the bananas before I put them in here. But don't blink or you might miss it. You probably won't. That's kind of a joke. You would definitely not miss it if you did. So we're going to take the average weight. We're going to weigh each banana. Remember, way back when I was putting these in the freezer, I put them in and sectioned off my bananas. So you can section these off if you want to do it quicker. If you want it to be take a picture, wipe my lens. Could this be done with other types of fruits? Velos, yes, it could. And other types of fruits would also be more grainy. It would be more like a sorbet. Bananas have a unique sort of texture when you blend them that makes them creamier. So for me, yes, it's like a yes and. So you can also add things to this too. You could do a, banana and blueberries, for example. Okay, let's do a quick, I'm gonna do a quick weight here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna do 5 bananas worth of whip. So here's, oh wait, hold on, I need the blade. Need the blade, put the blade in there. Need the blade. I'm gonna say it one more time, need the blade. Because if I don't put the blade in there and I dump all those bananas in there, I'm gonna have to take all of them out again. There, okay, done. This is 96 grams. Now, I also want to measure the volume of that. So why don't we do it this way? That was 96. $99. Fuck, I didn't turn my scale. 209 minus 99 equals 110. Tear. Shake. $99. Sensing a pattern. Last banana. Perfect. There's like 4 cups. Just about 4 cups worth of banana. Frozen, cut up banana. Okay, so that was 111. So 4 cups worth of frozen banana into the food processor. We're going to add heavy cream. Are we going to add heavy cream? Where are we? I thought I had heavy cream. Maybe I don't. Maybe we'll use half and half. Yeah, we're gonna use half and half. Fuck, I didn't put any miso in that soup. That's okay. All right, we're gonna use half and half. Half and half is fine. Nope, hold on, that's lactose free. We're gonna use whole milk. We're gonna use whole milk because I bet more people have whole milk. Perfect. Than they do heavy cream in their house. Just a guess. Half cup. Half a cup. Half a cup of whole milk. I see a Daisy too. She was just sniffing around. And then vanilla extract. Let's use the good vanilla. And we're going to toss in a teaspoon. No, we're going to toss in a tablespoon of that. Yeah, Condrella, pineapple whip is definitely also a thing. So, I don't know if pineapple whips up the same way, but bananas get kind of creamy in here. They are definitely very sugary. That is, you're not wrong. All right, so let's take a time measure here. We're going to start and we're going to pulse, 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 pulse. And then we're going to turn on. And what we're doing is we are putting this is in the food processor. I'm describing what I'm seeing here. So there's a lot of chopping going on and the bananas kind of form into one big mass. That mass rotates around and the blades click off the bottom of that mass. Eventually that mass turns into what kind of looks like a ball rolling around, like just slowly like rolling around the edge. And that ball gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And after, maybe 2 minutes or so, it ends up being completely cream. And that's when it's done. So you just let it sit just like it is. Just keep blending it. You can, after about a minute or so, take a spatula and scrape down the edges. If you want, you don't really need to. It'll whip up just fine. Shart, it is kind of like nice cream. Okay, we're at about a minute and 30. I'm going to open this up and just kind of give this a little, spread this out a little bit. We're going to flatten and sort of zhuzh this as it goes through. And then we're going to start again. Start. Okay. And you might add a little more liquid to it if it's not coming together, but it takes a few minutes to break everything down. Eventually, you get to a place where it looks very uniform, and then you know it's done. So right now, it's starting to come together in this like ball. You can see it rotating around the edge here. So here it comes. There's like a big chunk. And basically that chunk gets smaller and smaller as the blades go through it. There it goes. Now it's turning. It's like literally turning. And it's just a big mass of frozen banana that's getting chopped up little by little. So in about 3 minutes, Okay, that should work. As I was saying, the thing with the banana whip is it doesn't really freeze well. So this is the type of thing where you make as much as you're going to eat, and then you eat it all. Okay. So this is, there it goes. All right. Ball finally got absorbed right at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Now we're smoothing out. And 3:30, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. And we have banana ice cream, or banana whip, as I refer to it. This is still frozen. It is very sticky, as you can see. Fuck, that's so good though. I don't think that needs anything else. I think that's good as it is. You might want to add a little like sugar or something to this. I don't think you need to. If you wanted to add sugar or sweetener, you could add honey. Powdered sugar would be fine. But that is your banana whip. Frozen bananas. Frozen bananas. Half a cup of whole milk in there. I prefer heavy cream, but we use what we have. And that's fucking great. Yeah, nice cream, Jamie. I don't think it's too distinct. You know, it's not too much different from that, if at all. I think I've seen different processes for different versions of it, but I think as a base, that is one of my favorite little desserts. Okay. We did it. We're finished cooking today. Yay. We're finished cooking today. Is there a thing? No, I don't have it on there. Whatever.
And it don't matter. None of this matters.
Okay. Cookie Club. Let's do our Cookie Club drawing and then we can get out of here. First, before we do that, I'd like to find someone to raid. Because I don't want to mess around after we are finished doing the drawing. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to feed my family dinner. So, let's find somewhere to go. And then we'll do the drawing. That's not where that scale goes. That scale goes down here. There we go. All right. I'm just putting stuff away from the counter real quick. These few little odds and ends that I got out the past few minutes here. Okay. We're going to do our Cookie Club drawing. Y'all need to know what Cookie Club is, or should we just get to it? I think a lot of the folks who are here know what Cookie Club is. Anyway, Cookie Club is our monthly rewards program for folks who stay and hang around in chat, who hang around in Discord, and generally are part of the community. There's many ways to enter. Command cookies in chat. Thank you, SoFluff. Thank you, Jamie, for putting that in chat. Cookie Club is a drawing. We are lucky to have lots of entries this month. I have a bowl full of entries. Chef John is on. Great. Okay, thank you. We can probably go there unless I take a real quick look. I'm going to take a real quick look at the Food and Drink Club and to see who else is there. Yes, I see John on there.
It was like...
We have... Oh, hold on. No. Mute that tab. Mute the tab. God damn it. Stop. Okay. We'll probably see what Chef John is up to, unless he's finished. But if he's finished, then we'll see whatever someone else is up to. I see Warzy Blue is on. I see Chef John is on. I see Chef Nobi is on. I'm Fairy Queen. Whiskey Fox TV. Whiskey Fox TV is on. We never rated them. Jane DS is on. Braywin is on. Avencia is on. Super Oma's on. We have a lot of people in the food and drink category. Okay, cool. So we have plenty of options to stay in food and drink today. Great. Perfect. All right, so we're going to do our drawing right now. We draw 10 names. When we are finished our 10th name, we'll do one more drawing, or we'll draw one more name, and the person whose name we draw after that will be has to be present to win in chat. So if you don't see your name in the first 10, stick around, listen for it at the end. Okay, this month's cookie is I don't know, but it's coming out of this cookbook right here, 108 Asian Cookies. Got it? Good. All right, first name. For using points, Rim Job Shart. For using points. For being a subscriber, Momfia, Momfia, M-O-M-F-I-A, 5-1, Momfia, 5-1. Thank you for being a subscriber. For also being a subscriber, Cyborg K Chop. Cyborg K Chop. For being a subscriber. For checking in. Quilpy, friend of the stream. Friend of the stream. Or ever anybody whose name is in here is a friend of the stream. Like, to be fair. I always say that when it's someone else who streams. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. For using channel points, the Angry Rook. Angry Rook, congratulations. We are halfway through our drawing. We're not. I'm an enemy of the stream. I mean, reasonable. Friends close and enemies closer, right? Congratulations on being in the bowl. For being a subscriber, Just Jamie. I want you to note, Jamie, that this one says T2X2 on it, which means that this is one of the ones I copied and pasted because tier 2 subscribers get their points doubled, meaning you have twice as many chances to win. So for being a tier 2 subscriber, the first one that came out was the one that had that on it. For tipping, for sending a tip to the stream, Lauren Amsterdam. Now, y'all, I want to say something about this particular entry. I want to tell you that is the first winner we've had from YouTube. And that's really cool. That's really cool. Lauren Amsterdam is a regular YouTube watcher and sent a tip. An offline tip. Like a literal offline tip. I wasn't even live. And that's fucking cool. That's the first, like literally the first YouTube winner. Kind of amazing, honestly. Like, honestly, I'm a little bit like excited about that. I'm glad they won too, Jamie. They tipped, for every $5 worth of a tip, you get one entry. For being a subscriber, Droid Insanity. So we have 2 more names that can come out without needing to be present, and then we have one that is present to win. 2 more names. For checking in, Megan 8. Megan, congratulations. I know you were here a little earlier. Perhaps you're here now. Perhaps you're not. It's late. Last one. For rating the stream. Mom Noms. Hey, on YouTube, Lauren, thank you. We don't have a combined chat on the screen right here, but I want the folks who are watching on Twitch to know that Lauren had chatted and said yay on YouTube. Lauren, you were the first winner of Cookie Club from YouTube, which is super cool. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'll be super honest. I'm not really sure how to I'm not really sure how to message people on YouTube. If you are watching and you are able, if it's possible, I'm actually not sure how to message on YouTube. Hold on, I'm gonna do something real quick. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So that is, hold on, we need to, I'm doing this and then this and then this. I just put something in the YouTube chat. Lauren, I don't know if you do Discord or not. But if you are, I will try to figure out how to message and confirm. But if you are able to like send a message on Discord to me, that would be amazing. Comment to one of her bits. Maybe, yes. I was thinking more around like, how do you be like, hey, here's all the prizes. Here's what you'd like. Okay, we're into the present to win scenario. So, Rinjab Short, Mamfia, Cyborg K-Chop, Quilpy, Angry Rook, Just Jamie, Lauren Amsterdam on YouTube, Jordan Sanity, Megan 8, and Mom Noms are winners by general. Now is the time for to be present to win. So, if you hear your name, say something in chat. Okay? Already called that name. Already called that name. Hold on. Take that one out. All right. If I already called your name, I can message you on Instagram. Instagram would work. Yeah, that would be fine. That would definitely be fine. Thank you. Bellanissima, are you in stream? Sharp, got you. Thank you. Bellanissima, are you hanging out in stream? Are you lurking? We're gonna move along if not. Bellanissima. Okay, Fisty Foods, Lil AK, previously known as Lil Fistikoffer. Fisty Foods, are you in chat? For being a recurring subscriber. Been a long time subscriber. Long time friend of the stream. Fisty Foods, are you in chat? We got 3, 2, 1. Tatsu80. Tatsu, are you hanging out? I know you were here earlier. Perhaps you're still here. And if you are still here, say something in chat. I am interested in your winning if you are. And if you're not, that's okay too. We will move along. Tatsu, going once. Tatsu80, going twice. Maria Flober. Maria, for rating the stream. Maria, are you in chat? Maria, I don't think so, but maybe. Maybe. Jamie, there are some good sesame cookies, and one of them was one that I had tagged. So, yeah, the black sesame cookie one. I think it had black sesame and like white chocolate, I think. The Zachary Mike for checking in. Zach, are you still hanging out? I doubt that you are still hanging out. Is that the sunflower LaCroix? Yes, it is. Sunshine. I got it today because it was on sale at Aldi for like $1. Zach is meeting with their dietitian. Appropriate. Okay. I just pulled Zach's name again. Not just for checking in, that was the first one, and then the second one was for their rating. For using channel points, Wauma, are you in chat? What flavor is it? Persephone, I'm not sure. It's coming out of this cookbook. So we have, I'm here. Hey, we did it. We have our winners for the month. Congratulations. Nice. Very cool. This month's cookie is either going to be spicy ginger pho, as in like the soup, miso pistachio pudding, onoishi cookies, black sesame white chocolate cookies or black forest cookies. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one, but we're going to find out tonight because I'm going to look at them and confirm which one I want to make. So, the dietitian says no to cookies. You know, I believe that. Okay. Adorable, hello. It's good to see you. Let's see who's still online. Just as a reminder, what we do with the Cookie Club is I'm going to reach out to you either tonight or tomorrow evening via Discord. If I can't get you on Discord, then I'm going to reach out to you directly on Twitch. If I can't get you on Twitch, I might try to find you on Instagram. Okay. We are going to raid. We are indeed going to raid Chef John Leon on Twitch. Chef John is a friend of the stream. He is celebrating Mario Day. He is in fact dressed like Mario, making Sichuan udon spaghetti and chili crisp focaccia, which sounds fucking good. So we're gonna raid over there. Before I end the YouTube stream, I want to let you all know that next stream will be on Thursday noon. We will be making cookies. So that's what we're doing on Thursday. Thanks y'all for hanging out today. How do I do this raid? I swear I've done this before. Raid. Hold on. I know I could do this like from chat, but I've never done it and it makes me nervous to do that. Okay, we're gonna start the raid. Start. There we go. Alrighty, y'all. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate you. We will be back on Thursday. If you're hanging out on YouTube, I appreciate y'all too. Please like, please subscribe, and we'll see you when we see you.